All right, if everyone please take their seats who are going to be seated. And in the interim, if everyone would silence their phones or put them on vibrate, that would be excellent. City Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, actually, welcome to the City Commission. It is Wednesday, June 25, and it is 9:31 a.m., and we are grateful that you are here. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. Mayor Gomez.
Good morning.
Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Bolton.
Good morning.
Commissioner Wright.
Good morning.
Commissioner Patterson is not here yet, and Vice Mayor Daniel.
Good morning.
Thank you.
I love that we have a lady here doing sign language. Excellent. If everyone will please stand, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Bolton, and then we're going to have a moment of silence. City Attorney, any report?
Mayor, just a brief report. We did finalize a purchase of 3650 Commercial Boulevard several weeks ago. Just want to confirm and allow the commission to know that this is now city-owned property.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, Sharon Hughes is unable to attend and do her presentation for the YMCA programs and community resources, and it will be rescheduled for a future meeting. In the interim, we'll go to 2B. Pine Island Road improvement updates from Commercial Boulevard to McNabb Road. Is Fernando V. Gomez with Albright Engineering here? I got a whole team. Excellent.
How much time do I have? Just a question. How much time should I give this presentation? I can do it in 5 minutes or 15 minutes or any time in between.
Well, let's get every bit of information that is really important out to us.
Great.
So if it's closer to 5, great.
Okay.
But we need all the information you need to
Sure.
give us because this is an important project.
Sure.
Thank you.
So my name is Fernando Gomez. I'm the consultant project manager for this project. And with me here today is Alejandro Martinez.
Alejandro Martinez with Broward County, project manager.
So this project is a Broward County project. I'm sorry. So as mentioned, I'm the presenter. The Broward County project manager is here. If needed, there's others from my company here as well. The engineer of record, Eric Salgado, and Eileen Costa, the quality control manager. So this is a brief little agenda of what we're going to be presenting today. The project location and scope, typical section. We have a roll plot for you. We'll discuss briefly the signals and lighting, and then the project schedule. So here's where the project is located, just south of your city hall. It's Pine Island Road from Commercial Boulevard to McNabb. Here's a little bit closer view. You can see the beginning and the end of the project. And what it is a capacity improvement project. It's being undertaken by Broward County with funding from the state. The DOT is funding half of this project. It intends to improve safety and mobility, to enhance pedestrian and bike facilities. The signals are going to be upgraded. We have 2 mid-block crossings in the corridor. a potential new signal at Lagos de Campo, and at the ends of the project, at Commercial and McNabb, the signal improvements will be pedestrian improvements. We're also going to be upgrading the lighting, and we intend to preserve and enhance the ITS infrastructure that exists in the corridor. So I'm going to take you through a brief development of how we arrived at the selected typical section. Before the project was in the design phase, this is the typical section that was proposed with the grant, the FDFT grant. As you can see, there are bike lanes on the pavement. The design speed is 45 miles per hour. 45 miles is the limit where you can, beyond which you can't put bike lanes anymore against traffic. So it's not a very safe condition. In the beginning of the design, at the proposal, or right before design, we proposed this, which puts the bikes on a multi-use sidewalk that's wide, 10-foot wide, and then takes it off the asphalt pavement. After we met multiple meetings with Broward County, we arrived at this initiative to try to reduce the speed of this section of Pine Island Road. As you can see on the right of the screen, and this is in the area of Pine Island where the City Hall is located, where we are right now, the future design of improvements will lower the speed to 35 or 40 miles per hour. Our project just south of it, it currently has 45 mile per hour design speed, but we're proposing to reduce it to 35 miles per hour. And it will serve as a good transition between points further south, which still have 45 miles per hour, and the section to the north, which will eventually have lower design speed. So we arrived at this typical section, which is a variation of the one that has the multi-use concrete sidewalk at 10 feet, but this one is a little bit wider. It allows 12-foot width for pedestrians, skateboarders, bicyclists, and with a lower design speed, the traffic calming initiative of 10-foot lanes is being implemented as well. Since we have transit on this corridor, it's advisable to have a wider lane on the outside, so the 11-foot lane is being proposed on the outside, both in the northbound direction and the southbound direction. This is the main typical section of the segment, but approaching Commercial Boulevard, or close to Commercial Boulevard, we have this typical section, where you can see we're looking to the north. So basically the cars that are facing you are going southbound, and the ones that are away from you are going northbound. We can see the southbound lanes has a double left turn and a single right turn. So with the removal of the bike lane off of the pavement, as we proposed in the typical section for the whole segment, we're also able to implement the wider sidewalks here at Commercial Boulevard. So the signalization improvements proposed, as mentioned, at the existing signals at both ends, Commercial and McNabb, is just going to be pedestrian signal improvements. The existing signalization structures, they're called mast arms, they will remain as is. They're functioning fine. And the only thing that's deficient by today's standards are the pedestrian signalization features. So we'll upgrade those. There's a potential new signal at Lagos del Campo. The initial warrant has showed that it's likely that it could be approved, but of course it needs to go through the Broward County Traffic Engineering Division to get the official blessing for adding that new signal. There are two existing mid-block crossings on the corridor. One is near 57th Street, and the other one is near 67th Court. Currently, they're being signed, or the signal that exists there is what's called a rapid rectangular flashing beacon, which is not a true signalized stop that can be enforced if somebody blows through a flashing beacon, for example. What we're proposing will be either a pedestrian hybrid beacon or a hawk signal, which does have a steady red, and it's enforceable if people blow through that signal. The lighting improvements proposed for the corridor, they're going to be segment-wide, of course, because we're widening from 4 to 6 lanes. But in addition to that, we're going to implement the pedestrian lighting illumination standards that are current today at all pedestrian crossing locations. So Commercial Boulevard, McNabb Road, Lagos de Campo, if it's approved, and the 2 mid-blocks that I mentioned, 57th Street and 67th Court. And now I have what we call a roll plot, which is basically, as you can see, north is to the right, and we're starting here at Commercial Boulevard. This is implementing the typical section that we showed you as a selected onto the aerial of the area. So this is from Commercial to 5700 block. This is from 5700 block to, I think there's an extra 0 there. This is 6000 block, I'm sorry. You can see the canal section there near the middle that has a culvert that connects both sides of the canal. This is 61st Street to 6700 block. And lastly, 6700 block to McNabb Road. So in a nutshell, that's what the project is. As far as project schedule, we're currently in the design phase. We started in April. It's an 18-month schedule. So we're scheduled to finish in October of next year. You can see there was some pre-design efforts, securing the grant, doing the survey, which was done by Broward County before we as consultants came on board. But our schedule is 18 months. And there's going to be like a 1-year delay before the construction. And this is due to construction funding that is scheduled for 2028. But when it starts, it's estimated to take 2 years or 24 months to complete. And I believe that is it.
Any questions?
I definitely do. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to widen the walkway, the concrete walkway now, so we're going to allow bikes to be on the path along with scooters, e-bikes, and all that kind of stuff. Will there be some assistance from the county on making sure we get to our residents and people around our city, maybe Coral Springs, Sunrise, anybody who's going to use it, for proper etiquette when walking and biking and rollerblading at the same time?
You mean like a campaign
For safety.
for safety?
We have a hard enough time sometimes when people are in the bike lanes and people are walking in bike lanes, or if they're doing other things in bike lanes and traffic, and keeping people safe. So just asking to consider a public awareness campaign about this. Enforcement, if you're dropping down from 45 miles an hour, where we do know that possibly Pine Island might be going a little bit faster than 55, how do you plan on enforcing this?
Well, that's
Enforcement is always a problem. The road itself is going to be designed in a way, it's called, in engineering terms, it's called traffic calming, where when the lanes get more constricted, you don't feel safe going so fast, so you kind of slow down yourself. We're going to be working with the county to also do elevated crosswalks, look into doing elevated crosswalks at the 2 crosswalks. So that's kind of like a speed hump, if you will. So the road is going to be designed in a manner that's going to be consistent with a lower design speed. And then, of course, enforcement.
And of course, an awareness campaign, because if not, people will be getting tickets, and then it puts more pressure on our road crew, our patrol, road patrol for tickets and stuff. Not saying I'm complaining, I'm just making awareness. And as you brought up those 2 crossways, one of those crossways is from our Colony West, our golf course. and they travel across there. So we do have a little bit of problems when people in the golf cart versus people who might be walking versus cars. So will this assist us in the safety for all three types of
Definitely,
uses?
definitely it will, because it will be a solid red signal indication, which is enforceable, and the cars, they're going to have to stop or get ticketed.
The potential new signal, well, yes. The potential new signal at Lago de Campos, do you know at this time if you're asking for a flashing yellow or solid red,
No,
yellow, and green?
it's a full signalized intersection. That,
With a turn lane? Like with a...
yeah, actually, I can show it on the screen.
If I missed it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so let's see. So here's Lago del Campo right now. It's a T intersection. And you can see in the middle of the intersection, those green squares, those are the traffic lights. So basically it'll be, red, yellow, green traffic indication that will cycle, every 2 minutes or so. And it's not going to be a flashing signal. It'll be a full signal.
Two more things, and then I'll be done. While you're working on that road, and I know we're not the school, but if you can actually put up some additional school zone area, because when you turn from 57th, if you're traveling 57th, you miss commercial on Pine Island, you miss that you're in a school zone, and people will automatically turn from 57 onto Pine Island, all of a sudden going at 35 miles an hour, because their cars get up there, and you're already violating school zone. So if you can help us with this, I don't know whose job that is, between yours and the school board.
Yeah,
we
we'll
appreciate
consider that in our signing and payment marking design, definitely.
it. Okay, great. And the last thing is, if it's going to take another 3 years for this to actually be started and then it's complete, would the county please consider repaving that road? If you drive the right-hand lane more than the left-hand lane, you feel like you're on a roller coaster. It's not exactly fun. So it would be greatly appreciated on behalf of everybody who travels Pine Island going north from Commercial to Pine Island, if you would please consider paving that road sooner than later and not making us wait till 2028.
I will direct that concern to our director. The project was funded for construction, but we've been having a lot of issues with funding, and we've been pushing projects. But I will definitely talk to our director to see if we can prioritize this project.
And I'm stepping on a third rail here. We just had a meeting with FXE, the airport, and they were making fun about how they're in the business for paving their runways to make sure the runways are smooth for planes.
Yes.
So maybe there could be some partnership with FXE to help pave that part of the road sooner than later. Just sharing. Thank you for your time. Dr. Daniel? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Question. So the whole purpose is to, you said calm traffic.
The purpose is really capacity improvement, but
Capacity improvement.
one of the other benefits of the project is traffic calming and safety and mobility.
So if you slow down the speed, wouldn't that cause more traffic?
No, that's not how it works. I'm not a traffic engineer per se. I'm a civil engineer.
Because I'm thinking around 5 o'clock, the speed is already, I mean, it still goes. It's a lot of traffic. So I'm thinking if you slow it down, what would happen?
Speed is not really an indicator of increased traffic.
So the purpose of slowing down the speed is?
Is for safety. Is for being able to implement the more narrow lanes. Being able to implement. If we work
because you're
with the
narrowing
county,
the lanes.
Yeah.
So you have to slow down.
Yes.
Because
Well, you're encouraged to slow down.
you're encouraged. Well, you're encouraged either way.
Go ahead.
Because then you're in an accident, you're
knows more
still
about this
encouraged.
than me.
Hi, good morning.
Dr. Cassia. My name is Eileen Costa. I'm with a consultant. And the reduction in speed actually provides, when you have a higher volume of traffic, it provides a more consistent flow of traffic instead of a stop and go where people are accelerating and have to.
But to me, that will still happen. I'm not an engineer.
Yeah.
But I drive a lot in traffic time.
Of course, yeah.
To me, the speed will still be whatever the traffic say the speed is.
Yes and no. So this specific approach has already been tried and with a very positive outcome along Pine Island Road, north of 595. The section of Pine Island Road coming off of 595 going to Broward Boulevard used to be a 45-mile-an-hour speed. About 10 years ago, the county, because people were not respecting that speed and they were going, 55, and there were a lot of issues.
So
in that
during
area.
traffic time, I used to go work south. There's no way you're doing 55.
Well,
So that's not.
well, so let me finish explaining what happened there. So the county moved forward with the initiative to narrow the lanes, which, from a perception standpoint of the driver, it makes them slow down because they don't have a wider lane. They feel more restricted, so that automatically, makes people slow their speed. And it is proven to be safer and allow for better traffic flow when you make these changes. When I think the whole county, the MPO, everybody's moving to safer streets and roads.
Oh, absolutely. I'm part of the MPO, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, we are
Because-
adding the third lane, which is going to add to the capacity, and it's what's going to add the additional put-through of traffic, but at the same time, with that third lane, you have more roadway width, and you also need to maintain the balance and try to make it safe for all the operators. So the reduction in speed with the narrower lanes are going to help keep the speed low and also allow for the shared use path to be 12 feet and accommodate a safer usage for not only the vehicles, but also the pedestrians and bicycles that are going to be using the facility.
And there's data to show that it's safer. Is there less accident?
Yeah.
Because to me, I'm with the mayor in saying, now our police officers are going to have to be out there enforcing, and that is a strain because we want them within the communities where the residents want the police officers.
Yeah, so when we looked at the corridor, can you go back to the exhibit that has the multiple? So when we looked at the corridor, you do have a lot of road curvature north of McNabb Road. So the road curves in a major way, which means you cannot go as fast. What happens is this is going to be a transition zone where you're coming basically 45 miles an hour on the southern section of Pine Island Road. And then within this corridor, when we widen the sidewalks or the shared use paths to 12 feet, in line with what the MPO on the safer streets and roads are going to, narrow the lanes, there's going to be, people are going to tend, because that's already been proven to work on the south end, as I mentioned. It's going to make people slow down naturally, and then when you're transitioning basically across the McNabb intersection, that you do get into that curvature where people have to slow down because you cannot take those curves at a higher speed. This is going to act as that transition zone. If you didn't start making speed adjustments here, then what's going to happen is that people are going to get to McNabb and they're going to want to keep going as fast as they were coming. So the project is going to help with that transition so that you also hopefully see some safety benefits on the section that's not getting improved.
And I didn't want to prolong our, but what I did want was data proving that this worked. We do need more lanes. I get that. I just don't get if the data proves that this works. Slowing down the speed, because you're saying the speed will slow down naturally. So if the speed will slow down naturally,
the speed is going to slow down naturally when you narrow the lanes and do all
right? Because the lanes are already
and then
built
with
that way. So
there is a safety. So FHWA has published criteria on crash reduction factors, which we could send to you. But there's I think 10 to 15% reduction.
Right, but the lanes are already curved that way, is what I was saying. So that physics would stay in effect. Anyway, and the next thing is, can we get For the bike, you said we're getting the bike lanes, which is awesome, but can we get the rails that keep the people safe that are riding their bikes or their motorized scooter? You know, in some cities, I believe in some parts of Fort Lauderdale, they put up rails between the bike lane and the regular traffic lane to prevent accident, because that also will cause accident now that we incorporate that if people actually use it.
I think you're referring to separated bike lanes. The preferred typical section for this has a 12-foot share use path, and it's going to be separated by the curb and gutter, which is going to be elevated. That you're talking about typically happens when the bike lane is on the road and they're sharing the road with the cars. In this case, the pets and the bikes are going to be going on that concrete
So
multi-use path.
in the other part of the presentation, the bike lane didn't appear to be on the concrete.
So
this
that's the one that was originally when the county applied for the grant. That was the standard design, and the bike lane was on the road, but that is not the safest
So for the
alternative.
whole street, it's going to be on the sidewalk?
For the whole stretch, yes,
Oh,
it's going to be on the sidewalk.
All right, thank you. I think I got one. And is this, everything is already approved?
No, we're starting design. We're only 2 months into 18 months of design.
So this is the only option for approval?
Well, we're going through the due diligence to select the typical section, refine it, and even the roll plot that we showed here today is subject to change. It's a design process.
Okay, so
So we're actually under 30% completion with design.
And the idea is to present all this information to the public, but we wanted to present it to you first, and then move with the public.
Okay, so you would keep in mind the suggestions or the concerns that we have to make changes, since this is the only option that you're presenting?
We will present it to the public and receive all the feedbacks and take it to our office, evaluate all the feedbacks, and then go back to the public again and show all the changes to the public.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also going to echo the same sentiments of the mayor. If you guys can, kind of improve the street faster. I drive it every day, and it feels like I'm having turbulence. Logos to campus isn't that going to naturally slow down the speed once a signal is at that location? Because currently, there's no signal at Logos to campus, and the acceleration starts from after commercial up until McNabb. Because I walk that street all the time, and I'm very fearful sometimes of cars that are speeding within that area. So I think inherently by putting a signal there, that would slow down some of the traffic, the speed that happens between commercial and McNabb.
Yeah, definitely if somebody is stopped at this signal and they have to speed back up, of course, yeah, it's going to reduce speed.
So reducing the speed, I think inherently that signal kind of slows down because a lot of speeding happens between those two streets and people accelerate because there's no signal there. So I think having that is definitely going to slow down speeders. I don't think you necessarily have to reduce the speed limit. Also, the pedestrian crossing, I cross it all the time, and a lot of people do not obey it sometimes. How can we improve that? Because many times I'll press the button and I'll walk across and cars will be like, psh, coming by.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a public education program because, if they press the button and they try to go before it turns red, that's not advisable for anybody's
Yeah, but
safety.
the button blinks, and I look over and I see cars coming from Sunrise, but some people pay attention and some people just won't, and you as a pedestrian have to be very aware because they're not obeying the signals. So I think that's something we can kind of improve in the design so we can have more active pedestrians, especially as we develop that 57th Street area. A lot of people try to cross over from 57 by Tamarac Village to the library, and that area is very, very dangerous. Because I do it all the time, and I've been hit a couple times. But I pay attention to the cars. And the other thing, you said you're 3 lanes. There's a merge lane. When you come from commercial, there's a merge lane that merges in. When you make the right from commercial and you're driving north, there's a lane that merges in. Is that going to be widened?
That lane that eventually merges and disappears is now going to be a full dedicated third lane for
Okay.
the full mile.
So it's going to go from commercial all the way to McNabb.
Correct.
Okay. And you said there's also might be signals on 57th and 67th?
Well, it's the crosswalks.
Yeah.
In engineering, they're considered signals.
Yeah.
Mid-block crossing signals is what they're called. It's, there's no cross street. The crossing element is a pedestrian or a golf cart. So it's a full signal, but it's not for vehicles in the other direction.
Okay, so I mentioned that we can improve those signals. And how much are we going to invest totally in this project? I think I read someplace it was about $30 million investment.
No. It's
And
not
I
like
found that strange. It's just a small area.
I mean, the cost of construction is going up every day. So right now, I would say it would be like $9 to $12 million in construction. In 2 years, I don't know.
All right, thanks.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So one last thing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience on this. While we're here for some other good stuff, this is also very important, so I'm glad that you were here. Do you have a slide that has your number and the
Yes.
and the website that everybody can take down if they need it? Because there may be questions that the audience has. Okay. Oh, well, thank you very much. We'll give this to the clerk, and she'll make sure everybody on the commission gets it and posts it as well. But I will, yes, that last page, ladies and gentlemen, if you want, take a photo of it while you are here, in case you have any thoughts and comments that Broward County should know before this project continues on its way while it's still in conversation and design. This is the best time to get your questions asked and for them to hear your voice. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Drive safely.
Thank you.
All right. Now for the moment some may be waiting for. I'm going to ask my colleagues to join me in the well, please. It's all good. She gave me. So we as a commission are very excited about this. We're very fortunate to have been able to receive money from Waste Management, now known as their initials WM, to be able to fund the scholarship program at least over the next 7 years, where we're able to give out 45 scholarships, 9 from each one. So the 5 people on the commission, the 4 district commissioners and the mayor. And it's $2,500 that are going to our students who are going to go to pursue careers, whether it's education, whether it's in a vocational or 2-year school or 4-year school, but it's also for anybody who wants to go back to school and can prove that they're actually going to go back to school and use that. So sometimes you go back to school. Some of us did it. When we were working, we decided to go to night school and pursue law. So anyway, without further ado, each of us are going to award our recipients. Page 1. So starting with District 1, Commissioner Marlon Bolton.
Good morning. All right. The first recipient of the WM Scholarship is Kristen Fitzpatrick. Thank you so much. And Kristen, I just want you to tell us where you're going to school and your journey.
I'm going to Florida State University. I'm going for a bachelor's degree in actuarial science.
Awesome. Congratulations, okay?
instead of taking a photo, come on in. Oh, the whole family. Great, come on in.
All right, next recipient is Deja Boy. Deja, tell us where you're going to school and your journey.
Good morning. I go to the University of Miami. I'm finishing up my master's in mental health counseling, and I plan to return in August. Yes, to you. And I plan to return in August for an executive doctorate in higher education leadership.
Woohoo! And Deja is a proud resident of Shaker Village. Awesome.
Family?
And the plug, but not shameless, Deja's parents own a photo booth business. So if you want to have photo booths for your party, why not reach out to Landon Photo? And power washing. City manager, we want to power wash some streets. Okay, next recipient is Sasha Gay Powell. Sasha Gay, tell us where you're going and your journey.
Good morning. I'm going to Broward College and I'm finishing up my nursing degree.
Awesome. Good job. Congratulations.
Oh, so sorry. Technical issues.
Okay. Next recipient is Nikisha Wallace. I don't see Nikisha. All right. I'll take the money for myself. I'm just joking. Okay. Victoria Cedeno. All right, and Victoria, please tell us where you're going and your journey.
Good morning. I'm finishing my bachelor's degree in Human Resources Management in Miami-Dade College.
Awesome. Here's your money. And I'm sure you'll be working for the city of Tamarac in HR, right? Okay. Next recipient is Brianna Wright. Where's Brianna? Oh no. And I'm sure Rihanna is not here, right? Okay. All right. So those are the recipients. Give them a round of applause again. They're all wonderful students. And I'm sure my colleagues is going to steal my idea of asking where they're going. So,
Well, technically, ladies and gentlemen, we were going to do it by each district. We were just going to read out the names and have you all come up at one time because we do know how important your time is. However, we also know how important it is for you to know how we are so proud of you for being here, and your families and friends have taken time to show it. So this is your morning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also going to follow Commissioner Bolton's lead. He's the Steve Jobs of the commission. He's the innovator, so I'm going to continue what he's doing and calling out the names. Mario Gutierrez. Okay. Patrice Wallace. Elizabeth Moise. Patrice. Tell us your journey and where you're going.
Good morning, everyone. I recently got my license in phlebotomy, and I'm planning to pursue a career in dialysis nursing at Broward College. Thank you.
Tichelle Sterling.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Tichelle Sterling. I'm actually pursuing my bachelor's of nursing at Broward College. I'm currently at OPN. So I'm kind of doing this journey with my mom. We're doing it together.
Anthony Jabbar. Oh, Anthony. Tell us your journey, Anthony.
I'm going to FAU. I'm pursuing my bachelor's in international business.
Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Rajay Makchor? Makchor? If you don't mind sharing your journey.
I'm going to Broward College. I'm finishing my nursing program.
Congratulations.
Jediah Hill. Brian Hector. Last but not least, Lauren Cagiano. Tell us your journey.
Okay, it's actually for my daughter. My daughter is Lauren Caggiano, but she's spending the summer in Israel. So she is safe, I know. It's been a summer of worry. But she goes to FAU in Boca, and she is an elementary education major. And yes. So, Yes, so thank you very much, and I'm sure she will be thrilled to get this.
And again, congrats to all the recipients. I'll now pass it on to District 3.
Okay. Thank you. I know every single one of my District 3 recipients are here today, so we can just go ahead and take a moment and be excited for this District 3. I know all my recipients are here. So with that said, I believe knowledge is power. I'm very honored to be able to award you all with these dollars today. Obviously, this is really, really important on your journey, and I'm glad that the city is able to sow into your future. With that said, Carson Dudich. And can I invite the family at the same time, just for sake of time? Can I invite the family to go ahead and come up at the same time with your recipient, please, just so we can do the pictures all at once. Congratulations. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Carson, before you leave, please just quickly tell us where you're going to school and what you're going to study.
I'm going to Stetson University, and I'm studying sports law.
Good for you. Andrea Taylor. Andrea Taylor. Family, if you can join Andrea so we can make the process seamless. Are you with Andrea? No? Okay. Congratulations. And Mr. Taylor, where are you going to school and what are you going to pursue?
All right, so I'm going to the University of Maryland, online of course, pursuing a bachelor's in cybersecurity.
Woohoo, District 3. Andrea Santana. Andrea Santana. Congratulations. I think we should open it for the picture.
Yes.
Yeah. Miss Santana, where are you going to school and what are you going to be studying?
This is actually for my son. He couldn't be here today. He started his summer term at Florida State University. He is pursuing, yes, go Noles. He is pursuing his major in accounting.
Congratulations, Mom. Isabella Zelaya. Isabella Zelaya. Isabella's not here, but we'll give it up for her. Desiree Aim. Desiree, congratulations. Oops, don't let the check fall. Congratulations, Mom. Desiree, where are you going to school and what are you going to study?
I'm going to FAU and pursuing a bachelor's in biological sciences.
Yes, ma'am. District 3. Come on, District 3. Bilal Logan Jr. Congratulations. You look like Logan's mom. Okay. All right. Where is he going to school and what is he going to study?
He
committed to play D1 football at Robert Morris University in Pittsburgh, and his major will be sports medicine.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Sophia Gomez. Sophia Gomez.
Happy to have you as family.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Okay, are you the recipient? Okay, I was gonna take a guess, and what is daughter gonna study, and where is she going to school?
Sophia is attending UCF, University of Central Florida. Her major right now is visual arts management, but she is changing into accounting as life has been changing. So that's in the process.
Safe than sorry. Congratulations.
Yes.
Isabella Gomez? I thought we called that one.
No, Sophia.
Oh, Isabella Gomez. Oh, okay, you have two. Oh, wow, okay, sorry.
Awesome.
All right. And Isabella at UCF as well?
Yes, she is. She is, too. She's majoring in MLS, Medical Lab Sciences, and graduating next year in the fall.
Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations, Mom. Last but certainly not least, Brittany Harris. Brittany Harris, are you here? Going once, going twice? No? Okay. District 3, congratulations.
Good morning, everyone. The first recipient for District 4 is Alejandra Abulu. Okay. Congratulations. Okay, this is yours. City of Tamarac is so good. You have the check literally on the inside. Yeah, it's awesome. Here you go. Tell us what you're majoring in and what school.
Okay, I'm back at Broward College after many years. Goes for criminal justice, so I can advance my career in Department of Homeland Security.
Thank you, and thank you for serving us. Next, from District 4, we have Peter Satter. Yay, Peter. Congrats, Peter. Here we go. Now let us know what you major in, what school. You look like you're ready to run the world. Here we go.
I'm going to Nova Southeastern University, and I will be majoring in law.
Congrats. Good job. Next, we have Janelle Rodarty. Congratulations. Very proud of you. Come share with us what school you're going to and what you major in.
I go to Nova Southeastern University, and I major in psychology.
I'm wearing my heels.
Ashara Perry. I know you. And I know your husband. I get those emails. Congrats.
Ashara could not be here with us this morning. She has an internship in Boca Raton. But Ashara is a recent graduate of North Carolina A&T University in Greensboro, North Carolina. Ashara graduated with a perfect all A's during her entire tenure there. She graduated cum laude. I'm sorry, summa cum laude. I'm sorry, she graduated summa cum laude. She will be in the fall attending University of North Carolina, where she will be pursuing a master's degree in clinical psychology. And so our next daughter is LaShawn Perry.
Come on up. Oh, well, I'd be proud. I'm going to be here in a few years, hopefully, with my kids. Celebrate. That is awesome. So, this is LaShawn Perry, and we want her to talk about herself first. Is that okay? What school you're going to. You look too young. What school you're going to and what you're majoring in. Beautiful teeth.
Good morning, everyone. In the fall, I will be attending Alabama State University, and I will be majoring in social work to become a licensed clinical social worker.
Mom's a counselor as well, isn't it? No, it makes sense. It's in the genes. Okay. Yvette Molina. There you go, Yvette. Oh, can the family come up also for Miss Yvette?
We'll get you the photos from here. Don't worry.
Oh, you look so proud.
Yeah.
You got it, boss. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Nervous.
No, get away. Still tell us school and journey.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to Western Governors University for my Bachelor's of Science in Health Information Management.
Justin Roach. Ooh, Justin. You already have a scholarship in basketball.
Oh, the whole family. Oh, beautiful family.
All right, Justin, the mic is yours after this.
I'm going to be attending FAMU, Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University, Rattlers. My 6 year, there's a 6-year PharmD program, and I'm going there for the first 2 years for pre-pharmacy.
Just for being a rattler, you should have gotten 5,000. I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh.
Stand tall, stand proud.
Yes.
Next, we have Ivy Romero. Ivy's absent today. Then we have Danica Andrews.
Congratulations. Here we go. We got one more.
You know the drill.
The things we do for our kids. This is for my daughter, Danica Andrews. She's going to Florida State University. And she's going to be doing a dual major in communication science disorder and BA in music voice.
All right. So as I have the privilege of being at large and having to represent everybody at one time, my award winners are from all over the city. So I have Dion Lynn. Thank you. So some people have RSVP'd and some people haven't. So sometimes they're right on the list and sometimes they may not. So I have Ricky Lynn. And so I think Ricky and Donnie Lynn are together. So we'll get them their certificates. Kamisha Rowe Fowler is not in attendance today. Oh, so there you go. There you go. You know what? Forget about it. We try. We do try. So we'll take a photo first, I guess, and then any photos for you.
No, the kids are in town. So I'm attending Florida International University, where this fall I'll be starting my final semester in law school. I'm going to be doing employment law, so don't get in trouble, guys. And I'm a mother of 2, and I also worked full-time throughout my entire journey. I share this for anyone who's considering going back.
Excellent. I have Daniel Rojas. And we get to thank Daniel for why we have our wonderful ASL people here doing sign language, and maybe we can get them to be here all the time. Can he sign to you and you share, or are you able?
I can talk.
Oh, well, thank you. Sorry about that.
I go to UCF and I study computer science.
Excellent. Thank you. Excellent. All right. Amit Sidhu. I'll see him in the neighborhood. I guess he's not here today. Jonathan Smith. Oh, Amit, there you are. Oh, bless. Sorry, Jonathan, if you're here, hold on. God, so tall.
My name is Amit, and I transferred to UCF. I recently started a summer internship over here in Boca, so I'm excited to see what happens.
Thank you. All right, is Jonathan Smith here? Jonathan, come on over.
I'm attending Florida Polytechnic University, and I will be pursuing a degree in aerospace engineering.
Mallory Taquino. Share with us all the good stuff.
I'm going to the University of Florida to major in finance.
Excellent, thank you. All right, so I believe we've reached everybody, hopefully, right? Ladies and gentlemen, our future looks extremely bright. Look at all this, and for our young adults or older adults, so ladies and gentlemen, if you would, all of our awardees, there's going to be a big group picture outside. So if you would please, I'm not forcing you out of here. You're welcome to come back to the meeting if you wish. But if not, we wish you all the best. We look forward to hearing about your journey. And thank you very much, and keep the good work. Should I take a 5-minute break? No. We still have proclamations and awards.
Hold the Bridget.
It was ours. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple more items on our presentations. And this next one was requested by myself, and it is the LGBTQIA plus Pride Month proclamation. And it is my understanding that Rebecca Geimer, there she is, of our Tamarac Fire Rescue is going to accept the award, or the proclamation. Goodness gracious. Sorry about that. And while she's coming down, thank you, Fire Rescue, for all that you do, and the police that were there also for yesterday. We appreciate your quick, fast work, and we know everything will turn out fine. So, thank you. Oh, well. I think I'm tired. All right. Whereas the City of Tamarac is committed to supporting the rights, dignity, and visibility of all people, including lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and other members of the LGBTQIA plus community. And whereas Pride Month is a time to reflect on the progress made toward equality, acknowledge the work that remains, and recognize the courage and resilience of the LGBTQIA plus individuals who have fought and continue to fight for acceptance and justice. And whereas the City of Tamarac embraces diversity and recognizes that fostering inclusive and affirming communities strengthens the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our city. Whereas the City of Tamarac stands with the LGBTQIA plus residents, families, employees, and visitors, and reaffirms its commitment to ensuring that all people, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, are treated with fairness, respect, and dignity. And whereas Pride Month offers an opportunity for all to participate in events and activities that promote awareness, education, and advocacy, and to celebrate the many contributions of LGBTQIA plus individuals in our community and beyond. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Commission, I am very proud to proclaim the month of June 2025 as LGBTQIA plus Pride Month. Thank you very much, Melissa. And see behind, you have the firefighters logo, or Tamarac firefighters logo, in the beautiful multicolors. All right, next one. It's okay. I know it's a busy morning. I am proud to present this proclamation, Community is Stronger, to Kim Puertano, who is the CEO and president of Gilda's Club South Florida. Whereas there are more than 18 million people with a history of cancer living in the United States, and whereas more than 2,041,910 individuals in the United States may be diagnosed with cancer in 2025, and whereas a 2016 report estimated at least 2.8 million people provided care to a person with cancer within the United States in any given year, and those individuals spent an average of 32.9 hours a week providing care. Whereas in 2025, there will be approximately 171,960 estimated new cancer cases in Florida. Whereas Community is Stronger Than Cancer Day celebrates a community that comes together to support cancer patients, survivors, caregivers, and their loved ones. Whereas Community is Stronger Than Cancer Day was first celebrated in 2021 by 175 cancer support communities and Gilda's Club locations across the country, providing community-based support to patients, survivors, and caregivers who have experienced the cancer diagnosis. And whereas Community is Stronger Than Cancer Day will be celebrated by 196 locations in 2025, its celebration is of inspiration, companionship, connection, and hope. And whereas in 2024, 643,068 people visited Gilda's Club or Cancer Support Community adult programs, and 102,690 individuals participated in Gilda's Club or Cancer Support Community children, teen, and family programs, calling upon their communities for support education, healthy lifestyle, and social events. Whereas in the last year, over 904 individuals attended all programs that Gilda's Club South Florida offered. Whereas laughter has proven to be good medicine for people battling cancer and their families, friends, and caretakers. It is laughter and the strength of community that helped make my battle through cancer easier. Then together, community and laughter helped us raise over $22,500 over the past 2 years for Gilda's Club South Florida through my event, the Ha-Has for the Tatas comedy fundraiser presented by Cure Clean. Now, therefore, I, Michelle J. Gomez, very proud cancer survivor with the love and support and prayers of this community, along with support from Gilda's Club, and on behalf of this commission, hereby present this proclamation with respect, admiration, and appreciation for everything that Gilda's Club does to help people through aspects of the fight, recovery, and affirm our community's commitment that community is truly stronger than cancer, and declare June 28, 2025, Community is Stronger Than Cancer Day.
Thank you so much to the mayor and to the city of Tamarac for all the support that you give cancer patients and their families. And I have to say that the best part of my day, my week, was sitting here today, experiencing and witnessing community in action by all the young people and adults who were here today that get a chance to fulfill their dreams. It's what community is all about. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. We shall now go to our last presentation down here in the well, and it is a presentation of Tamarac Medal of Honor to Fire Department staff and outstanding service provided during response to Mr. Daspit's resident, and this will be awarded by Commissioner Marlon Bolton.
Thank you. All right, good morning again. Is Acting Lieutenant Nico Valorani here, Firefighter David Levine, and Firefighter Hunter Carson, if they would come, please. Awesome. All right. So this will be a Medal of Honor honoring our firefighters for exemplary service and dedication to our community. Whereas firefighters are the backbone of our emergency response system, providing critical services to protect and serve our community with bravery, skill, and selflessness. And whereas firefighters not only respond to fires, but also provide emergency medical services, technical rescue, and other forms of assistance, often in life-threatening situations. And whereas Philip Daspit, a Tamarac resident, wrote a heartfelt letter commending the members of the Tamarac Fire Rescue for their exceptional service, particularly highlighting the life-saving actions of Acting Lieutenant Nico Valorani, Firefighter David Levine, and Firefighter Hunter Carson, who provided critical care to his wife, Sue, on Mother's Day, May 11, 2025, and whose expertise and professionalism made a significant difference in her care. And whereas Mr. Daspit's letter eloquently expresses the gratitude and appreciation that many of us feel toward these dedicated public servants who put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe. Now, therefore, I, Marlon D. Bolton, do hereby confer the Medal of Honor upon Acting Lieutenant Nico Valorani, Firefighter David Levine, and Firefighter Hunter Carson, who responded to Mr. Daspit's home in recognition of their outstanding customer service, courage, and commitment to protecting and serving the residents of our community. Congratulations. Judge says so.
Thank you, guys. We're just doing our job here.
All right, that was absolutely fantastic. And now we go to our BSO update by Acting Captain Christopher Palomar.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, Lieutenant Chris Palomar, Broward County Sheriff's Office, Acting Captain. Apologize for the delay. We have one staffing issue left, which is our analyst, which I hopefully will have a final answer by the end of next week. And that can expedite it because our former analyst is still helping us out immensely despite his current duties and has helped us get all the information for you guys. In a brief summary, again, we continue to have a high rate of calls, over 4,000 a month, 20,000 for the year. To point out some of that, over 8,000 were field initiated by my deputies, including 837 park walk and talks, which is an increase of over 250 from the prior year. Too far. There we go. Crimes, only 81 Part 1 crimes, which are the most severe in the month of May. The lead crimes continue to be theft, shoplifting, and car burglary. Overall for the year, still 11% decrease overall crime rate. Property crimes down not quite 20%. However, violent crime is what's really lagging right now. It's up 50%, which includes aggravated battery and aggravated assault. Overall, citations, just a quick summary of citations, over 1,100 citations were written in the month of May. Year to date, not quite 5,000, but nonetheless, we're catching back up to where the levels I expected from 2023. Regional Motors has been out to assist us on a number of occasions through an aggressive driving grant. Regard to notable arrests over the month of May, I want to point out that all these different arrests have come from different parts of the Broward Sheriff's Office Tamarac District and include a county-wide case. The LPRs continue to have regular success, at least weekly, where we get significant arrests made. May 6th, we had a burglary theft ring that got notable coverage from the media. Some maids and services that were going into our victims' apartments, casing them, cleaning them out, made a number of cases with that, a number of property returned, and hopefully we'll have an additional victim step forward that may have been related to this incident. We also had a follow-up arrest made on a swatting incident from March. Our threat management unit went out, located the subject, and identified them out of, I believe it was the state of Maryland. So a lot of follow-up going on there. Sorry, backed up so you can see that one. The LPR arrest, though, with the stolen U-Haul back near the end of the month, and also included 7 stolen rifles stolen out of the city of Hollywood. Our community engagement with our crime prevention unit was extremely busy over the course of the month of May and continues to be into June. We had the Senior Safety Summit most recently, June 21st, even though it's in the month of June, and we're very proud of that one. Had a good turnout to that. And we're going to be repeating that in the month of July in the neighborhood of Faircrest. We also have a Welcome Home initiative. Will be in the mainlands over the course of July. And then we also have now July 16th, Coffee with a Cop coming up at Krispy Kreme, which I would point out is not a donut, it's a Southern delicacy. Finally, the other thing we want to advertise, we also did, most recently there was a domestic violence workshop conducted by Dr. Kate Johnson that we helped participate in. For us, October 4th, we're having the Domestic Violence Summit at the Community Center. Again, I just want to point out, again, all the participation, my proactive units have been doing a lot of work, with the park walk and talks, with the field initiated calls. I think that's in large part, all our guys are stepping up and have helped, reduce the crime rate. I think the LPRs have been very helpful as well. And I want to point again, all the different units are stepping up and participating, whether it's criminal investigations, crime suppression, patrol, crime prevention. Everybody's been pulling their load. So with that, if there are any questions? Thank you. Sorry.
Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your report. I do have a couple questions for you. Based on the data that you've provided us this morning, I'll say that I'm a little bit concerned. A 50% in violent crime increase in our city is pretty substantive from my perspective. You noted that the specific areas in which the crime is increased is aggravated battery and aggravated assault. I know you just kind of went through a couple of things that you guys are doing, but have we identified any specific neighborhoods or any areas in which we need to be focusing our efforts? And as it pertains to the community policing initiatives that you outlined, that the department has done in the last month or so, can we talk about like the community policing initiatives that are strategically addressing those issues?
Well, a lot of these types of cases are not, they're very unpredictable. So what we're doing with the Domestic Violence Summit, with the Domestic Violence Workshops is one mannerism of going about that. But I would also stress that some of this is not as much volume. The percentages are somewhat misleading because comparing 2024 to 25 to see a 50%, we've seen a 115% jump in aggravated battery. Well, that was 7 cases in 2024 versus 15 cases in 2025. So in terms of percentage-wise, 115 screams a lot. 8 cases, numerically isn't a very large, as substantive a number. But in terms of proactivity, it's trying to get out these other educational components to provide information to people. But we'll continue to look at other options that BSO provides centrally. What other community outreach we can do, education, to address things like these. Again, this is probably the most unpredictable types of crimes. Usually they're interpersonal or interfamilial. So education and outreach is the best we can do in these, but again, they're not always easy to predict or to isolate numerically. Looking at it across the board, there's no real patrol district or commission district that stands out among the others.
Okay, so I think that, I think BSO is doing a great job in terms of technology and, the resources that you guys have. I know that the city did fund some LPR cameras, and I realize that that's a kind of, a major resource. In addition to the LPRs, what resources or what technology or, besides the numbers and the data that's coming from, the CAD system, what technology-driven approach? Because if we're not doing if we haven't identified any strategic community policing initiatives to target, the violent crime, is there any other technologies that we're using to address it? These things are important to me, obviously. I think that, we say that as a strategic goal, our Tamarac is safe and people know it. And while I think that you just gave rise to how the numbers could be, to some extent, misleading, but whether it's 5 cases or it's 15, 1 case, 1 life, is invaluable. So can you talk about that? I think that that is, I think, important to our community on all levels. We did have a domestic violence, step 1 into this domestic violence approach. I think that, obviously there needs to be more awareness. People need to know that we're doing this kind of stuff. I appreciate the community policing efforts and initiatives. They're on the books, but do people know about it?
Right. Well, I think that, I think you have an excellent question, and I honestly can't say I have an answer specifically what kind of technology might apply. Other than LPRs, you have surveillance cameras, which is a very touchy subject that I think that will require a lot more discussion and consideration. But how that might address things like we're talking about with aggravated battery and assault, I'm not sure how that might apply. Further, I'm not sure exactly what kind of technology might apply to help combat that. With regard to the educational components, you know, you look at de-escalation training that we as law enforcement receive, and maybe that's something that we could parlay into something of a civilian nature, and then again using advanced notification to make sure it's publicized well to try to increase attendance. I know with, for example, with the firearms education we did in 2023 and 2024, we were bringing in a lot of juveniles who were under supervision of the Department of Juvenile Justice to come and sit in those classes to get educated on gun safety. So it's something like that. Maybe we have similar programs where we can bring people that either have active situations or have exposures to it to provide further education that might help mitigate future behaviors.
Yeah. Recently, we went to Washington and we met with the DOJ, and we talked a lot about innovative policing strategies and, dollars that division makes available to, cities, municipalities, and what have you. And, I think places like City of Miami Beach, they do, not because obviously my husband works there, we all know that, but they have some really amazing technology. Obviously, they have a robust force. But in addition to that, I think they recently launched drones that I think arrives at the scene before even an officer will arrive to ensure that they're able to, see what's going on. That way we're kind of resolving issues and apprehending whoever it is that's at fault. So I just think that, I would love to see us maybe collaborate, our city and BSO, collaborate on, writing some grants, seeing what we can bring in that would be exclusive for our city in terms of resources so that we could really boost up and see that. Honestly, it's hard to say I would rather see one crime over the other. But when you say violent crime, 50%, that's alarming for me. And so I just want to put on the record, Manager, that I would like to see us, work together with BSO and ensure that as it pertains to dollars made available at the federal level, we work on that, bring those funds in and hopefully use them exclusively for our city and really work on some strategic approaches to addressing the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are now going to public participation. Public participation, the rules are going up, but as you know, we ask you to please come forward, state your name, state the location. If you don't want to give your address, at least the city in which you live. And you have 3 minutes. We don't share, and if we're happy with what somebody says, we go yay, but no, silently. Or if we don't like it, we kind of do this. So we do not disrespect anybody who wishes to have an opinion that is different than our own. So starting off,
Madam Mayor, may I have my
oh my God, I'm so
2
sorry.
minutes of fame?
I guess my apologies. The city manager, do you have a report by any chance?
Thank you so much. Good morning. I just want to provide a very, very quick and brief report. So, storm season preparedness is obviously, on everybody's mind. It's the beginning of the season, so now is the time to prepare. Don't wait until the storm is approaching. Please review your emergency plan, stock up on essential supplies, and stay informed through official updates. And we keep reminding everyone, code red, code red, code red. Please sign up for that. And then we have on June 27th at the Caparella Aquatic Center, another food distribution event, Farm Share, partner with City of Tamarac. And so that's going to be on June 27th. And we have an incredibly lively evening at Yard on the Lawn on Saturday, June 28th. We're expecting large crowds enjoying live music, delicious food, and fun activities. So please note that there's no on-site parking available. We're providing continuous free shuttle service starting at 5:30 p.m. both from City Hall and Tamarac Park, so that it's stress-free arrival and departure from the event site. And 2 additional events in observation of Independence Day. All city facilities will be closed on Friday, July 4th, and we're hoping that you would join us for 2 exciting community events on Friday, July 4th. and one is the Patriotic Splash at Caprella Aquatic Center on Friday morning, and then the All-American Celebration at Tamarac Sports Complex from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. And the next commission meeting is going to be on July 9th at 7 p.m., and that's my quick report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So now we're going to go to public participation, and everything I said a few moments ago is still repeated for now, and we're going to call up the first person, and then I'm going to call the next person who will be prepared to go and speak next. And if you have not signed up and you wish to sign up, I'll ask you about that too. So we have Patty Lynn, Mainland's 8, coming to the podium, and Mark Goggin is on deck.
It's still morning. Good morning. Congratulations to our firefighters. We may have honored 3 of them, but they all do a tremendous job. And as does our BSO people. Are we doing anything as a city to prod BSO brass to find out why our captain hasn't been promoted yet? Having a temporary captain is not nice. You need to build your team. So that would be interesting to do something to let BSO know we want to keep him and get off the stick or on the stick, whatever. Our paving project in Mainlands 8, it's still continuing in Mainlands 9 and 10. They are doing the striping. The city did a good job with coordinating any problems that people had. We had everything. I think there's one person who's unhappy that the water's pooling at the end of her driveway, but I think it did before. But the city did a good job with Weekly also. I also want to commend the city for the volunteer luncheon. You guys all missed it because you were in D.C., but the food was excellent, and it was good to see everybody there. And I appreciate the proclamation for Pride Month. When I was with Community Outreach with BSO, the Pride Center came to be one of my assignments. And after I left BSO, I continued going there because it's an amazing thing to think of. When I was growing up, people who were gay or in any of the community were kind of ostracized, and that's how Stonewall happened. You know, people were allowed to pick on people. And every Tuesday at 10 o'clock in the morning, the Pride Center has what they call Coffee and Conversation. And it's for the seniors in the gay community who keep talking about how they can't imagine when they were growing up that something like this could happen, that they could have 125 gay people in a room all at one time having a good time and no one's harassing them. I think that's just fantastic, and I appreciate the proclamation. The last thing I want to say is a negative about fireworks. We have veterans and who are traumatized by the noise, and we have pets who hide in the closets, and we allow everybody in the city to have fireworks. It's not that the city does, but I guess it's a law that anybody can shoot them off. When they buy them, they have to attest that they're buying them for something that they're really not going to do. I wish we could change that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. As Mark Goggin is coming down to the podium, I have Kate Johnson signed up for the next one.
Morning, Mark Goggin from Tamarac Lakes. Great question for Ms. Patterson. The money that you want for the help BSO with the equipment probably come from some other funds. It seems like we're spending a lot of money on this event on Saturday. We're getting flyers mailed, flyers all over the place, people not from the community performing. How much is this going to cost? All the extra costs, BSO, for crowd control, traffic control. Well, that's going to be a big concern. Where's all this money coming from to this event? this one big event seems bigger than any of the other events we've had in the community. Why we're spending so much money on one and not on the others that should be equal or done. And again, I'd like to thank the fire department for all their great work, their great crews. They help out in other things that people don't see. A lot of times they come to meetings, they go to events that we have in the community and stuff. The other event coming up, the quasi thing, is that okay to speak on, or is it? Yeah.
Please speak at that time.
That's at that time? Okay. I'll hold off on comments on that time for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Kate Johnson comes to the podium, is there anyone else in the audience who wished to speak on an item who did not sign up? Seeing none, then public comments will be closed after Kate.
Good morning, Kate Johnson, Mainlands 4. I wanted to thank Parks and Rec for partnering and arranging the domestic violence workshops. Thank you, Commissioner Patterson and Commissioner Bolton, for coming to Monday's event. There is another one next Monday, and I know that Commissioner Wright and the mayor have committed to coming to that one, so I'm very thankful. It would also be good for city staff to attend, as they may be the first ones to interact with someone in our city who is experiencing domestic abuse. I also want to thank Acting BSO Captain Chris Palomara for being there speaking and his commitment to addressing this issue for the safety of all Tamarac residents and beyond. I agree with Patty Lynn. Let me know who we should contact to make sure he becomes the permanent contact, the permanent captain, and not just acting. I believe his commitment to Tamarac has been shown over and over, and I think we could not do better for our city and our police force than to have him. One point on the question by Commissioner Patterson about the raise in assault, and I wonder, have assaults risen or have they gotten better at arrests now that we've changed leadership here? I'm commenting on 5E, the anti-bullying policy. I have read the backup materials. I see it mentions, quote, leadership starts at the top. The City Commission will model respectful behavior and serve as champions of equity, inclusion, and compassion, end quote. And that is to be incorporated, quote, as core leadership values in the Tamarac Governance Manual and Commission Orientation, end quote. I also see there will be an anonymous hotline to report incidents of hate or bullying in city settings. I'm wondering about employees who feel bullied. Can they report? How will they remain anonymous to the very leaders they may wish to report without fear of retaliation? From the current city codes for city officials, there's already prohibiting bullying, harassment and discrimination, conduct unbecoming, and they are to, quote, refrain from personal attacks, dishonesty, and contentious behavior, end quote. Yet, as I said the last time I spoke, sometimes city officials are the biggest bullies, and it is let to continue unabated. The other thing is, what are the procedures or repercussions to city officials who act in conduct unbecoming? There are no consequences mentioned in this policy, so what good is it? I will leave you with this quote. We explain when someone is cruel or acts like a bully, you do not stoop to their level. Our motto is, when they go low, you go high. Michelle Obama, will we go high?
Thank you. Do you have one clarification that it is actually the City of Tamarac that's partnering with you? So we're all proud to partner with you on the domestic violence workshops. Seeing that we are done with public participation, we will now go to our commission reports. Commissioner of District 1, Commissioner Bolton.
Good morning. First, I'd like to commend the Parks and Recreation team on a job well done for Juneteenth. Although I was not able to make it, lots of residents gave kudos and they were very happy with the level of event that we had. So kudos to the team for that. Fit Zone is every Tuesday and Thursday at Capriola Park from 6:30 until 7:30. The class is just absolutely phenomenal. It is electrifying. Lots of residents come out. We can't find parking at Capriola Park. It's so popular. It's the best exercise class that's ever hit Tamarac. And so because of this class being in such demand, this coming Saturday, we have a celebrity class beginning at 10 a.m. and our celebrity guest will be Miss Kitty, the international media mogul, Queen Diva herself. Miss Kitty will be there on Saturday morning exercising with the residents. So all residents in the cloud and in the room, as well as my colleagues, the nice ones, you are definitely invited. The airport meeting last night, although it was a low turnout, maybe about 5 residents, including Kate Johnson and her husband, it was a very important topic. And so lots of residents did not have the ability to hear the presentation. I sit on the airport board as the representative that listens to the concerns for our community. And so I've been doing that for 8 years. I'm proudly continuing in that role. And so the airport, obviously was very disappointed with the low turnout, so they are going to be presenting tonight over the phone. And so the number to call for our telephone town hall is going to be 848-222-8322. So they'll be presenting, as well as staff, Tamarac staff, will be presenting on current projects that are happening in our city. BSO will also be talking about public safety and so forth. So we are excited to have hundreds of residents call in for the amazing information that will be presented. Of course, Yard and the Lawn is coming up on Saturday. The city manager talked about that. I'm so excited about this event, and I thank my colleagues for making sure that this event is taking place. We cannot quantify the amount of money that we spend to celebrate people, and I know that a lot of residents don't feel appreciated, and so we're grateful that we're able to celebrate our residents here in the city of Tamarac. Caribbean American Heritage Month is a big deal, and so our commission looks like the community, and I know that some of my colleagues think that some countries are ghetto and some countries are elitist, but it is fine. We're going to celebrate all of the countries on Saturday, and our special guest will be the Grammy Award-winning band Morgan Heritage. So I'm so grateful for that. And I'm so grateful to have attended the domestic violence initiative put on by Dr. Kate Johnson. What a wonderful class. The information is very, very, very interesting. I learned a lot for the time that I was there. So, of course, on Monday, I'm going to cancel my Bible study so that I'm there for the entirety of the class. Congratulations, Dr. Johnson, on the class. Well put together, well done, and I appreciate the information that was given. I also had the privilege of going to the ribbon cutting ceremony for Lucky Scoops, and they're located here in the city of Tamarac. Was able to treat some of our sweet residents with some sweet treats. And of course, I'll be going back to Lucky Scoops to make sure that we enjoy some wonderful delectables. And last but not least, congratulations to Commissioner Maury Wright on hiring a new legislative aide in his office at $52,000. That's $25 per hour. So congratulations to you. I know that you did not vote for the initiative, but you're now taking advantage of it. Have a nice day.
Commissioner Wright, District 2.
Just for clarification, Madam Mayor, I'm just replacing my aide, and I'm not going to go into details and nuances of what happens internally. It is not my personality to do that type of stuff. I just want to clear that up. Also, I just want to mention congratulations to all the students that received the scholarships. It's good to see that we have so many brilliant and clever young people in our community going to some of the finest universities in this country. I also want to congratulate Lucky Scoops.
great ice cream. So if you want to get some ice cream, it's a nice place to visit. Commissioner Bolton, again, Yard on the Lawn. It's a concert that's coming up this weekend. And I also want to say that, yes, the Caribbean community is important. If we think of it, the United States of America actually begins in St. Croix, which is in the Virgin Islands. If the most eastern part of the United States begins in St. Croix. So Caribbean history is very intertwined in American history. And Madam Mayor, you've mentioned this, that I think your grandma or someone came from St. Kitts. So that means we have a full Caribbean commission with Commissioner Patterson, Heritage from Haiti, mine's from the VI in Jamaica, Dr. Daniels from Jamaica, Commissioner Bolton from Jamaica, and Mayor Gomez, whose grandmother is from St. Kitts, and they're known as Kittitians. So yes, the concert is going to reflect our community, and it's going to be an exciting concert. And Commissioner Bolton, forget to mention that Miss Kitty is an attorney at law, Miss Kitty. So she's definitely respected and renowned for someone who's very popular in the community. And I look forward to having an exciting event on Saturday. And congratulations again to everyone who got their scholarships.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be long. My colleagues have kind of already covered the majority of things. I just want to invite District 3 residents to join me on July 14th at the Community Center for Connect with Your Commissioner at 10 a.m. We have a robust agenda, and I look forward to seeing you guys and engaging with you there. In addition to that, I do also want to highlight the efforts of Dr. Kate Johnson, I believe this past Monday she hosted the city's first domestic violence initiative as we have continued to have discussions on the dais about, addressing issues relating to intimate partner violence and domestic violence in our city. I want to thank the city staff for partnering with the city, obviously the commission for supporting, and then the staff for partnering with her and her firm to present that programming. I believe I understand that there is another part 2 or a continuation on June the 30th. So I do want to encourage attendance to that. The material was pretty healthy, and I've mentioned before, as a domestic violence survivor myself, I think it's a very important initiative. I would encourage that the staff also take some of the materials and make it available in our social services office, as well as in our community centers. While we have just resources and materials and available in our facilities, that maybe somebody can grab a booklet, maybe they didn't participate. In addition to that, I think it would be amazing if, for the next event, that there's some signage or something made available in the main area. There's general classes and things like that happening in our facility, and maybe someone leaving a class might be interested in knowing that there's a workshop happening. So I think if we could just boost up the marketing, that would be amazing as well. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Vice Mayor.
Is it still morning? Good morning, everyone. I wanted to say first that I was deeply saddened by the fire incident that left someone in critical condition. Hopefully that person is doing okay. I'm not sure, but I hope they're doing okay. I know they were in critical condition yesterday. But I went by, it took place at University Hospital, HCB, one of their buildings. But even though that was tragic, I went by, and I must say I was impressed and admiring. It was good to observe and watch our finest firefighters, oh my God, in action. Kudos, and to see the different counties that were there and just doing what it takes to get rid of that fire. Apparently it was a blast, but just to see how they coordinate and work together, and job well done. I think Tamarac is one of the safest cities you can live in, but it was awesome to see you guys at work. Very humbling. Thank you. One more thing, sorry, Mayor. On our senior expo, please come out. We are so excited about this event. So if you don't like marketing, get ready. You want to see some marketing, because I want you to come out. Our senior expo is on Saturday, July 12th, we have a lot of giveaway, a lot of presenters, a lot of vendors. We'll also be having our senior single mingle for those seniors who are interested in dating and mingling and having companions, finding a companion. Make sure you come out because we are ready and prepared to serve you and host you and give you all the information you need and also let you have a good time. So please come out. That is Saturday, July 12th. Looking forward to seeing you.
Thank you. All right, all over the board here. Congratulations again to all of our scholarship winners, and we're very proud to see how our whole community is taking a part in this, and we know that you will do great things. And we thank Waste Management for the opportunity to be able to do this. Thank you again to Detective Sophie Riggs and the Senior Summit that took place last weekend. I will tell you that everybody needs to be mindful. AI can be great, but AI is going to be very scary. They showed us videos of Governor DeSantis, Morgan Freeman, and President Obama saying things you would actually believe they said, but they didn't, and it was proven to be fakes. So be very mindful, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of scams out there. There's a lot that's going to go out. You're going to think it's a picture of your friend, your family, the voice, even one of us, and it's not going to be true. So if there's something out there that you suspect is not right, call the person directly if you can. I'm sure we can't call the president or the governor, but if it's somebody you know, if you think that someone's calling you and saying that they're your brother, your sister, your aunt, hang up and say, I'll call you right back, and then call your loved one. And if it's one of us, you call one of us to see if it's actually true. I want to thank everybody who came out to the Game Changer event of Let's Talk and Test. Dr. Joseph Moore and Dr. Fernando Brian Velez and Braca Strong and Yasmin Fitness. We also appreciate Mr. Green. He gave out some free food and tobacco-free Florida. Everyone else who was there and actually crowned the cap. So some of the stuff has already been mentioned. PBA County, they gave out their awards this past week, and it was great to see our award recipient, and one of them is one of our BSO deputies, and it was great to be there and applaud with him. Appreciate Senator Osgood coming to give an important legislative update. There are going to be potentially a lot of laws signed in on July 1st, so we need to be paying attention, and she'll be coming back again to give some updates, and I'm pretty sure our city attorney will give us some updates as well after the governor signs them in. FXE meeting that they had the other night, it was sufficiently more than just 5 people. It was in the 20s. It wasn't a lot of people there, but what was the important part of it was that the people who needed to know what's going on, who have concerns, were heard. And actually stemming from this meeting, FXE will be providing our community, our whole city, magnets, information on how you can call into FXE and you can or go online. Because if you hear a low-flying plane and you feel it's not right, you can log it in. And if pilots are doing the wrong thing, then they can take care of that situation. We know air traffic has gotten busier and busier, and it's a valuable tool for us to be able to help our airspace and our residents be able to have peace, because sometimes they've been flying a little lower at night than expected or early in the morning. Hopefully people are coming tonight to the Chambers Bowling. It'll be a lot of fun. It's a fundraiser. And also want people to come out, and I'm sorry if the city manager already said this, the Historical Society has Jimmy Locust coming. If you said it, please come out this weekend for that. And also a very happy 4th of July to everybody. And we'll see you at the concert this Saturday night. Thank you very much. We will now move on, unless I'm not seeing anybody's asked for a break. We're going to go straight through to our consent agenda. City Manager, are any of the additions or deletions?
No, Mayor.
Excellent. Not seeing anybody request to pull any item. I would like a second to my motion.
Second.
I have
Mayor,
a second by Commissioner Bolt.
Mayor, I'd like to pull 5B from the agenda.
5B?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm going to just ask Commission, please move a little faster on these. So 5B is pulled. I will amend my motion to moving the full consent agenda. Except for 5B. Commissioner Wright, since you were the second, do you approve?
Yes.
Okay, so it's seconded by Commissioner Wright. Can I? B. He's asked for B, the resolution on awarding keys to the city. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Daniel?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0 as amended.
Thank you. I now will ask the city attorney to read the title to 5B, TR 14283 into the record.
Item 5B, a resolution of the City Commission, City of Tamarac, amending resolution number R-2021-017, entitled Establishing a Policy for Awarding Keys to the City, grants city proclamations to include a new award called the Tamarac Medal of Honor, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I need a motion and a second.
Move it.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bolton and a second by Commissioner Patterson. Commissioner Bolton, do you wish to speak on your item?
Yes, Mayor. I would just like the city attorney to just give a synopsis of the policy for the record.
Commissioner Bolton, as you may recall, City Commission, with a consensus, directed staff to include a new award to obviously resident citizens who have shown heroism and courage in performing their duties. And we created this award that can be obviously issued by members of the commission and recognize individuals or even entities for service to this community.
Okay. In section 2, subsection A, it says the key to the city may be awarded to an individual, organization, or business. Can you just clarify organization? Would that also include countries?
Yes, I don't believe there's, when we say entities, it doesn't exclude a country or corporation. So that would include it.
Okay. So just please note for the record that organizations is not just an organization formed as a corporation, but organization can be classified as a country as well. And the sponsor is any elected official, and that person is able to make the presentation to the individual, organization, or business on behalf of the elected body, correct?
Yes, this policy been in place since 2021.
Okay. And for the Medal of Honor, just so that we are clear, our colleagues did provide consensus at a previous meeting, and that is why we have started the initiative. But this is just codifying that.
Yes, based on
that
commission direction.
Okay. And just clarify for us the criterion for the Medal of Honor.
Let me read it verbatim. The criteria: the city may award the Tamarac Medal of Honor to an individual who has demonstrated courage, sacrifice, commitment, integrity, and service to the city of Tamarac and the larger community. The Tamarac Medal of Honor may also be awarded to an individual who has performed an act of heroism to protect or promote the general general community.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
Thank you. I'll now open it up to public comments. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, public comments are now closed. I do see that I have Vice Mayor. Want to make comments? No. Okay. Commissioner Patterson, did you wish to make any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Question for you, Attorney. I just wanted to clarify. There is some language on page 4 of the backup that says that the presentation will be made by the sponsoring elected official at a regular city commission meeting, does that preclude the commissioner from going to an event or to a location and presenting a proclamation or any of the above reference
No,
materials?
that doesn't preclude it. I think we have done that in the past, and if the city proclamation or keys to the city and the attendee cannot make it, or you have to attend a different event, yes, you can deliver it there.
And this resolution, does it speak? Okay, so this is the resolution that we're using.
This is an amendment to a previous policy.
Okay, and the previous policy, I mean, here, is this the policy or the resolution that spoke to presentation?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
A point of order, Madam Mayor. And I thank Commissioner Patterson for bringing that point up. I did have that in my notes, but I was trying to go fast. Can we just clean up that item in Section 2, subsection B, where it does say that the key or the medal, for that matter, or any other award would be given at a regular commission meeting. So we can just add an alternate venue, if that is okay.
A friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment. I was the one that made the motion, and I believe
Commissioner Patterson, do you accept the friendly amendment?
Yes, if I may, I would say that we would do the same thing, mirror that same language in every other sponsor section of this resolution, because it reads the same everywhere.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
If I have nothing further, no one else wishing to speak in this item, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daniel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Now moving to our ordinances on first reading. 7A is TO2580. City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
Ordinance 7A, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Tamarac, amending Chapter 13, miscellaneous offenses of the City of Tamarac Code of Ordinance by renaming amendments Section 13-6, titled Reserved, to trespassing on private and city property to access public waterways, and adding content thereto, providing for enforcement and penalties, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, providing for acceptability, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I need a motion and a second.
Move it. Second.
A motion by Commissioner Bolton and a second by Commissioner Wright. Ms. Calloway, our Deputy City Manager, is available for any questions. And now I will open public comments, and I believe I have a couple of people who have signed up for public comments on this one. I have Patty Lynn and Kate Johnson, and then if anybody else wishes to speak on the item.
Still morning. Good morning again, Patty Lynn, Mainland 8. I thank you for bringing this up. In my community, over the past several years, we've had people, some of our residents call because people were fishing in their backyard and telling them, I'm on the easement, you can't throw me out. And it's frightening to have someone in your yard who doesn't belong there. I think it's a safety issue, it's an insurance issue, and it's a crime issue. People shouldn't be on other people's property. And it's a good idea. It's a good idea. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you. Kate Johnson?
Kate Johnson, Mainlands 4. Regarding trespassing and fishing in waterways, I was worried when I first read this because I take my grandchildren fishing in the canal right in my backyard. And they certainly enjoy it. They enjoy the process of catching and releasing the fish. Although I will say my granddaughter keeps wanting to know why we can't keep at least one of them to eat. But we do release them, and it is a fun activity that we enjoy. However, after reading the backup material, I see that it exempts homeowners who live on the water from fishing in their backyard and being able to use that. So from that perspective, I think this is a good ordinance, not only for that, but also what Patty Lynn has said. I do wonder, though, about people who fish from bridges, and I couldn't tell if that was allowed or not. Many people I know in our community, we have people fishing off the bridges of the street that go over the street, so they're not in anybody's backyard, but they're fishing off the bridges. Sometimes it's frustrating when they park in people's yards, but if they are respectful and quiet in an age of food insecurity, sometimes they need to fish to feed their families. And so how do we balance that need and allow them to fish off bridges without interfering with other people? Is there a way to do that? I get the boats in the canals being a nuisance and loud, and frankly, I don't understand why they're allowed in the first place. But to curtail fishing in general, maybe we need to think about that. How do we make it for people who actually need to fish to live? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, public comments are now closed. Any discussion by the commission? Commissioner Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. I did say that I do not support this in the retreat meeting. I still do not support it because I don't believe that this piece of legislation has teeth. I think that a simple no trespassing sign on the property can suffice. So if you have a no trespassing sign on the property, I believe that it helps you legally. And if I have a no trespassing sign at the back of my house on a canal and somebody's there fishing, I can tell them to leave versus having a no fishing sign that is kind of just like spurring an argument between people. I think that no trespassing signs are universally known to be get off my property. No fishing signs, I just think that it will, arguments will ensue from it. And, you know, I'm not one for passing legislation that, you know, makes no sense. I think it's a waste of staff time, a waste of public resources. I think that a lot of people fish because they have nothing to eat. As a matter of fact, I did see a couple of people fishing in Shaker Village, and on the second go around, I just stopped just to be nosy, and I said, "Hey, that's city property," and the lady said, "No, speak English," and the husband was more able to speak English, and he says, "Nothing to eat." And that hurts me as somebody who was once homeless. You know, I can't in good conscience support this piece of legislation. So that's it.
Vice Mayor.
No, I was just going to ask, I'm sorry, the deputy city manager, she could clarify, because I thought we made changes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For the record, Maxine Calloway, Deputy City Manager. We cannot regulate no fishing in public waterway. It is regulated by the state of Florida. So this piece of legislation attempts to regulate accessing private property to be able to get to a canal or a body of water. And so that's why we wanted to make sure it was clear. We updated the title, and the city clerk sent out an updated title yesterday that reads trespassing on private and city properties to access public waterways. So it's not, we cannot regulate no fishing. The state of Florida does that. You're entitled to fish from public bodies of water, but this is attempting to regulate accessing those bodies of water by going onto people's private property. And so the legislation includes signing the property as mentioned, so it'd be no trespassing, and those signs can be on the property within 100 feet from the property, and that's what we discussed. Wow.
Okay, so I think I'm sorry. May I, Vice Mayor?
Oh, yeah.
I think
Go
I'm
ahead.
reading old information then. So the title was changed by Kim yesterday, and the signs won't say no fishing, it would say no trespassing.
Yes, or no fishing. We can put both no trespassing or fishing and within 100 feet. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So the sign will say no trespassing and no fishing, or no trespassing?
It will say, it can say both. We also talked about creating a policy to make sure that we manage how the signs would be distributed, whether or not communities would pay for the signs. Since that meeting, I did pull up a few example signs. There are signs that says no trespassing. There are signs that says both in terms of what the sign can say.
And it's the signs that says both that I'm
Yeah,
that I'm
no,
not.
no, I'm against both because that doesn't make any sense.
All right, so we can do just no trespassing, but we did pull up a few options in terms of what those signs would look like. But the objective is if this ordinance were to pass, then we would follow with a policy in terms of how those signs would be distributed. And we also discussed whether or not there would be a cost. So if a community wanted a sign, whether the city would charge for that sign. And then we talked about the community having to install that sign. So we'll put a policy in place.
Because what we don't want to do.
Okay, wait, if I may, is Commissioner Bolton done with?
Oh, he just asked a question while I was
Okay,
speaking.
but his time was going, so now I want you to be able to reclaim your time. Go ahead.
No, it's not my time. It is Vice Mayor Daniel's time. I asked her to
Oh,
heal.
you have your time. Continue, please.
That's what I was doing. Okay. I don't want us to deter fishing, a good, relaxing, stress-relieving activity. Because there's a lot of reason for people to be stressed. If they're doing something that's legal, we should not come in and deter that. So there should be no sign that says no fishing, but absolutely, if someone don't want you to trespass on their property, they should be able to put up a no trespassing sign.
Sure.
So that's what with the stipulations that you had.
Yes.
Because some of the land, my understanding, depending on the property, sometimes that land is not private property. Just knowing from develop, sometimes that area is common areas. So to be careful that you're not putting up a no trespassing sign on an area that's common area. So, just being clear on that part too. Because if it's common area, you can't tell people not to trespass. You don't own it.
Okay, I'll go. Thank you for including the 100 feet, which is the reason why we were doing this as a trespass, because 100 feet can include into the water and it gives the residents strength. On the 15th, I received an email from a resident in Mainlands 1 and 2 with a picture of a Silverado truck and a huge boat, and 4 young men come out of it, and they're behind his house, and they're behind some other people's house. And they basically were filming the resident and giving the resident attitude, and they have no protection. So this is one of the reasons for them. So it will help our residents who have their properties being utilized by people who just don't care that it's not their property. And we are giving those people that opportunity to protect themselves or enjoy their own property that they pay for. There's plenty of ability to fish in our parks. We've got beautiful canals. Fish in our parks. We've got in Caparella, there's a nice little bridge. One day we'll get the boat launch thing there, and we can go in there. But there's a great opportunity to park and fish. Actually, even Veterans Park, we have a wonderful boat launch that was done several years ago with the Army Corps of Engineers. So there's opportunity for people to fish. No one's trying to take away that opportunity. It's trying to make sure that the person's opportunity to fish doesn't encroach and take away the other person's right to privacy, their own home, and enjoyment. As for the signs, I think we can discuss the signs because maybe in a small community that's having trouble, that they can have one that says no fishing, no trespassing, and the ones that are on other property, they can make their own decision. But we don't have to decide the signs now. If we don't have this ordinance in place, we don't have signs. So as common area, we do need to keep in mind common area in a community is in some places private property. It is owned by the residents of that community. So that would be for that community to determine what they want to do in that area. So I'm very much for this. It's just something finally that we've gotten to over the many years we've been working on it. And also there are people who are double parking as you go into communities and you can ram right into them. And it's not that we don't want them to fish, but there's not the place because they are going to cause such a hazard or have already caused such hazards where people are getting into accidents because you don't expect somebody to have their car and their boat sticking out of a truck there as you go in. So I am hopeful that this will pass on first reading and then again on second. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I kind of understand the concerns of all my other colleagues. Interestingly, a few years ago, I was walking on Westwood E, where there's a bridge, and there's a home that kind of is right along the bridge where people fish. And I saw a sign that says, no trespassing, no fishing. Theoretically, my good friend Commissioner Bolton said I'm theoretical, but theoretically, when I read it, I understood it from that perspective. But practically, in walking and seeing the sign and all that stuff, I realized how important it is because as someone who's fishing on that bridge, you can walk on that person's property if you're trying to access the side. But seeing the resident sign kind of detours people to say, hey, don't come on this area because you're coming onto private property. So in seeing this sign that says no trespassing at the top and no fishing, I totally understand how it works and kind of what you have in here because I saw it in practice. So I'm in support of it because I understand both points, having a bridge and people fishing publicly, but also having private property and seeing the benefits of having both of them because people come there to fish and they will trespass thinking it's okay that they can walk along that area not knowing it's private property. So in seeing that, again, I'm going to support it as is.
Thank you. Dr. Daniel, the Vice Mayor, and then we have Commissioner Patterson.
Question. If I own private property, can I put up my own trespassing sign, no trespassing sign, regardless of what you say?
Yeah, yes.
That's what I thought. I'm like, wait up, no one can stop me from putting up a no trespassing sign on my property. So this is irrelevant. And I'm listening to the mayor speak, I'm concerned because I know my children fish, right? I know my husband fish, he prefers seawater. And when you drive around the community, it's a thing. A lot of kids, boys are fishing. And I'm concerned that people will weaponize this. As I heard her speak up, I'm very concerned. So if I'm allowed to put a no trespassing sign on my property, then I don't think we need this because I could put my own no trespassing sign on my property. So that being said, in common sense, I'm not in support.
Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for you to the Vice Mayor's point. So if one installs a trespassing sign on their private property, like I'm thinking about maybe like let's say a townhome community, they would each have to install a sign. Is that sign in and of itself enforceable from a police standpoint? Because I thought that for trespassing to be enforced, there's like some paperwork, there's something that has to happen.
Yeah, and I can have the acting captain.
You, Captain.
First, yeah, speak on it because they do enforce it. He spoke at the retreat now. So
yeah, no, my question was, so if I just decide to install a no trespassing sign on my property, just regardless of whatever is on the city's books, if I just want to have a no trespassing sign on my property, do you guys come out and enforce that if someone's on my property?
Well, if we have a written agreement, the trespassing affidavit that's on file with us, yes. If we have the ability to contact the property owner, yes. The no trespassing sign is prima facie evidence that we could at least issue a warning. But I don't think that we could make an arrest without the prior warning and without the affidavit or without the
So back to
property
just
owner
step one, I just want to make sure we're all clear too that, so in order to install a trespassing sign, have police enforce it, you guys would need to have an affidavit on file. So there would be an additional thing that would need to happen by the property owner.
on private property. My
Yes.
understanding of this ordinance is that the city is saying that all those curtilage areas that may be considered city property, which is, I think, when they talk about the seawalls, that people are walking along seawalls contingent to private property, that is now part of that blanket agreement we have with the city of Tamarac. That's a no trespassing area, so they can't try to squeeze out of this. Oh, I'm standing on the seawall. That's not your property. That's the city property. That'll be abolished by this. Am I incorrect in that?
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
reason for the 100 feet.
Right. So that's where this, the private property trespass signs are something people can put in. But again, we would have the BSO trespass affidavit on file, which we keep a database of.
Yeah, excuse me, Crystal, Commissioner. I thought it was the opposite of that. So absolutely, I'm against this. I had the opposite understanding of the 100 feet. Because now you're saying you include in city property, so they can't be on city property.
In residential.
Because you know, sometimes when you're fishing, I've been fishing several times. You trying to reel in a fish, so you end up running to another area. I mean, I see it. I know
Deputy
this.
City
So
Manager,
that
will you
doesn't
please
make sense.
Dep-
Thank you, Commissioner.
Deputy City Manager, will you please explain the purpose of the 100 feet city property, private property relationship that's in the ordinance?
Yes, what's being proposed is that the no trespassing, no fishing cannot happen on private property or to access city property. For example, we have a canal that's here adjacent to our property, and so that would, if we were to install a sign, then you wouldn't be able to have random people come onto our property, then access this waterway to fish. You would need to access it from a public right-of-way. So the bridge or wherever, that's where you would access it. So the proposed language is private city property and within 100 feet.
I think what I feel like where we're challenged is that we're looking to protect the interest of homeowners and their canals and their ability to access their canals and fish. What we're also, I feel like wanting to do is say, hey, stranger, you can't come into our neighborhood and eat up all our fish or whatever, or be on my private property. I don't want to open up my window in the morning and have my coffee and see a random person standing in the back of my house. So I get all perspectives, and I have a community that is, a townhome community, and they're concerned about that as well. So because in a townhome, community, it's even more, I don't know what's more or less intrusive. It's intrusive just period. Have we ever considered designating a particular lake or canal as public fishing area and maybe promoted that or done some campaign? I feel like we've got canals throughout our city, and maybe it's not a policy we need to step forward with in terms of adopting right away. Maybe we need to designate a particular canal area or areas, canals, and bring attention to those areas as our designated public fishing locations as a first step.
Yeah, and I think the difficulty with that is because we don't regulate fishing at all. We are preempted from doing that. It's regulated by the state, which two of their agencies. So,
but it wouldn't be regulating it. It would be inviting you to fish and saying, hey, this is where we'd like for you to do it. Because I think what we're looking to do, it seems like we don't want people to not have the ability to fish.
Oh, absolutely, and that's not what we're touching. We're just saying you cannot access private property to do that. So that's all it's saying. You cannot go across, access someone's private property to fish. So we want to make it clear that it's not fishing that we're regulating, or no fishing, is accessing people's property to do that.
So then can we take it maybe a step back and just say no trespassing in the neighborhood? Like, could it just be a general policy that, or I don't know, is there a way, could we completely just eliminate the conversation of fish and fishing. And because if we're looking to protect and preserve the integrity of our private canals and private lakes, maybe it's a broader no trespassing period in the community.
Right, and that's why we said we didn't include fishing. So it's trespassing on private and city properties to access public waterways. And so as it relates to the sign, I think there's some discussion as what would we say on the sign. And I think that's something we can talk about later. If this is adopted, we can bring back some markups or copies of different signs and what that sign says, because a part of the discussion was that we would need to adopt a policy so we can determine who gets sign. Are the signs paid for? Is the city paying for the sign? Is the resident paying for the sign? Whoever wants a sign to be installed in their private property. As a part of that policy, we could look at what the sign says, because there are different options. We have looked, and there are options that community use that has just no trespassing. It has no trespassing, no fishing. It has one, it has both. So we can always discuss what the sign looks like. And so if it's the desire of this body for the sign just to say no trespassing, then that's an option.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like somewhere in the middle here. I mean, I think to Commissioner Bolton's point, it is not necessarily enforceable. No one's going to know who the person is in the backyard. Maybe it's the neighbor's husband, new husband, or I don't know. You never know. I mean, who it is that's fishing. But I also, on the flip side, do also believe in deterrence. And I think that sometimes when there's signage and there's, when the police put those slow down, you never know if there's an officer somewhere around, so you kind of just naturally slow down. So, I mean, I think there's pros and cons to all of it. I think big picture, I'll see, how my colleagues feel, how do we protect the interest of those that want to be able to fish, but at the same token, who want to protect the rights in their private property. I don't know if this is the perfect solution, but maybe we need to continue the conversation.
If I may, to try to answer both Vice Mayor Daniels and Commissioner Patterson. When you say I wake up in the morning and see somebody in the backyard fishing, right? That's the concern a private property citizen would have. But Dr. Daniels' point of being able to fish, and maybe I got to fish and I walked a couple houses down, I think this ordinance might give us the ability to go make contact with the person to determine if it was an incidental thing or if it's clearly you're hanging out in somebody else's backyard. And while they're hanging out in your backyard, when you call us, in 10 minutes, they could be 3 houses down or they could be back in public area. So I think that you're trying to strike a balance here between private property rights, accessing the public area near the private property, and accessing it completely a public area like you're talking about. And I think that gives us, my deputies, the discretion, or code enforcement, the discretion to go out and make contact and determine whether there is nefarious activity going on or innocent fishing activity or something in the middle that we can then take action upon.
Yeah, but if my neighbor is fishing and he ends up in my yard, he lives 4 houses down and he's reeling in a big one and he's in my yard, most people know their neighbors. So again, I think, we're just trying to figure out what's the best approach to this thing, to where it makes sense, and it's something that it works. And it is it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Commissioner Bolton.
Okay, so there's a whole lot of discussion going on, and there's back and forth as to what the information really is, and it's a little bit confusing. And there are residents who want to have some sort of protection. And I'm thinking that, through some initiative funds, we can, even as commissioners and elected body, purchase for residents no trespassing signs so that they can put in their yards. Attorney, would that be permissible?
That's obviously a public purpose, and those initiative funds can be used for public purpose.
Okay. I think that this conversation belongs in each of our districts to hold a meeting with our residents to find out if this is truly a concern or truly something that they want. You'd be very surprised with what residents ask for and the ideas that they would come up with when you speak to them. So while I'm against this now, I'm inclined to talk to some of my community folks. I'd encourage my colleagues to do that. I don't think that we should rush into passing this today. I think that we should, talk to community stakeholders and see what is best for them. So with that said, I'm just going to put on the table a motion to table this item.
Second.
Seeing that there's no conversation after a motion to table, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gomez?
No.
Vice Mayor Daniel?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
No.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion to table passes 3-2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:06. We'll see you back here at 12:20. We're in recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting for the commission to return. As soon as we have one more person, I've got Vice Mayor Daniel with me, we'll be able to proceed with this meeting. It is currently 12:22, and we are going on to ordinances on second reading, 8A, TO 2593. City Attorney is on his way over to read the title. I'll start if you wish. While he's, want me to start? While you two? City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
Yes, ordinance 8A is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Tamarac terminating zoning in progress by amending Chapter 10, Article 3, Section 10-3.2, entitled Table of Allowed Uses of City of Tamarac Land Development Code, specifically amending Table 10-3.1, allow uses to remove funeral home as permitted use from mixed-use neighborhood, mixed-use corridor, and public facilities zoning district, while continuing to permit funeral home as a use type within the business park zoning district, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Take a motion and a second.
Move it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bolton. I have a second by Vice Mayor Daniel. Ms. Calloway, our Deputy City Manager, is available for any questions. At this time, I will open the floor for public comments. I have Mark Goggin signed up and Kate Johnson signed up. And if anyone else wishes to speak, they're welcome to do so. So at this time, AAB, so sorry. Well, not for this one. Anyone else wanting to come up? Nope. Seeing public comments are now closed. And I see that Commissioner Patterson wishes to speak on this item. Please proceed.
Sorry, no, that was a mistake.
Okay, seeing no comments on this item, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daniel?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, now 5B, TO 2596. City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
Item 8B, an ordinance of City Commission of the City of Tamarac, amending Chapter 15, City of Tamarac Code of Ordinance, entitled Parks and Recreation, specifically amending Section 15-88, entitled Alcohol Beverages, to allow for sale and serving alcohol beverages for consumption in city facilities, providing for codification, providing for effective date. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second, please.
Move it.
This item is going to fail for a lack of a second.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bolton. We have a second by Commissioner Patterson. Melissa Petrone, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director, is available for any questions. And now this item is open for public comments, where I have Mark Goggin and Kate Johnson signed up to speak. And if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, you're welcome to. As you both know, same rules apply.
Good afternoon. Mark Goggin, East Tamarac, Tamarac Lake South. Drinking in the city park. Why? It seems like this past few months we've been pushing alcohol, nightclubs extending hours to 4 a.m. and stuff in neighborhoods, close to neighborhoods. A park should be an area where a family can take the family and have a quiet time and not have to worry about people being drunk, overhung, driving in danger in the parking lot, getting out of there, hitting one of the little kids. A public park is not a place for alcohol. It's a place for families or individuals to go relax, enjoy the community area, sit and read, sit and enjoy the sun, or whatever they do in there to be calm. In some parks, we have the little pond and stuff they can go, the boat ramp soon, and the one over there off Prospect. But drinking, no. It seems this is on here for a reason so that we can just supply people places to go drink in public. That affects not only the public there at the community, who's going to control how much they're drinking? Now they leave the park, hit the road, and hit somebody crossing the street. What's going to happen? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else after Kate Johnson that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, public comments will now be closed after Kate Johnson.
Kate Johnson, Mainlands 4. I have spoken about this before and was not here for the first reading. Did you miss me? Sorry. I did watch and was totally confused as to why this was brought up again when it had been defeated prior and not that long ago. I thought there was a time limit before you can bring something back to the floor. Maybe 6 months, I'm not sure. But at least that is what I thought I heard at a previous meeting. However, I think bringing it up now has more to do with this Saturday's event than actually worrying about alcohol at other events. So I have some questions. Have protocols been ignored because it is being allowed for the Caribbean festivities? Have you planned on it before the final vote? How? Why? If it is just passing today with no procedures, how are you allowing it Saturday? Again, the city has liability. There have been Caribbean festivals in the past not using alcohol, and I believe they were well attended. We also know that if people want to drink, they will bring it in their coolers. That puts the liability on them, not the city. Another question. The city manager is the only person who decides to allow or disallow alcohol at an event. Doesn't this open the city to selective application? Shouldn't the commission decide so that you know what is happening in our city? You were elected to oversee this city. If you have no control over this, you will still be held liable, as will the city. Additionally, according to the business impact estimate that was in the backup materials, you state there is no impact to the city, either positively or negatively. Really? Who pays for the additional law enforcement? The city should be paying. Will they be? Won't we need increased law enforcement when alcohol is allowed? Certainly, the cost to the city will raise exponentially with the alcohol service and increased attendance. Even increased attendance costs the city. It does not add to the city's income. Are you charging a permit fee for the distributor? Are you getting 10% of the alcohol sold? Do any vendors pay the city for being at the event? If not, why not? You say it will make money for the city, but where and how? This needs to be rethought. You can have the Caribbean Festival without alcohol, and I am sure the big name talents that we are paying loads of money to will be the draw, not the alcohol. Unless, of course, you've already advertised alcohol will be served. And then, haven't you violated your own procedure because it hasn't passed?
Thank you. Public comments are now closed. Seeing no one wishing to speak on this item, Commissioner Bolton.
I'm reading the backup, and for residents who don't read, it does say the city manager or designee. So, City Manager, who are your designees in this?
It's not designated, but it can be designated as the deputy city manager or whoever's in charge of that event or operation at that time. So it can be delegated.
Okay. Ms. Calloway, question for you.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Is it uncommon for this kind of an ordinance to be passed?
No, Commissioner. In fact, I think the Parks and Recreation Department conducted some research and they expanded it from the last meeting on first reading, where only a few cities were polled. They were able to poll the entire Broward County, and as the managers reported, I think a supermajority, 32 or so cities, already have this in place, with only 2 cities that are not serving, Tamarac being the third, one city. Mr. Manager, I think you wanted
including the Broward County itself.
Thank you.
Okay, so 31 cities plus Broward County as a government collective would be 32, and then the only 2 cities that are not serving alcohol of the 32 collective, including the county, is Tamarac and Lazy Lakes.
Point of order, maybe we should have it clarified, because we only have 31 cities in Broward County. So a point of clarification, a point of order, Ms. Calloway.
It's a point of clarification is clarifying a fact.
Dean should.
But I just literally said 31 cities in Broward County plus the county as a collective would be 32. Right? Not cities, but county plus 31 cities equals 32. You heard that correct? 31 cities in Broward County, and then the Broward County as a government as its own now becomes 32 government agencies. 32 government agencies in this region, minus only 2 that does not serve alcohol currently, and that is Tamarac and Lazy Lakes.
I thought there was a third. I think it was -2, and Tamarac would make 3.
Okay, so tell us
There's
the
one other
-2.
very small community that that doesn't have this kind of allowance in their code.
The community with 8 residents or something like that?
No, Lazy Lakes is that one, and the second one,
What is it?
Sea Ranch Lakes.
They don't have a policy. They don't have any parks or facilities.
They don't have parks, so
And facilities, because this ordinance is for parks and facilities. So it's a community center, it's a city facilities as well.
Okay. And have you heard any issues with those other cities who serve alcohol at city facilities or events, or Broward County in general?
Did we poll that? Did we check to see if there was any occurrences that were aware of? There were no occurrences. Yeah, staff checking, there were no occurrences that were brought to their attention.
Okay. All right. And are we passing this ordinance because of an upcoming event, or is this just good governance?
Well, we want it to be consistent with what's happening around us. In that respect, we are behind in terms of being current and making sure that our events have all the elements that other events have.
Okay. Have we advertised any of the vendors that will be at any upcoming events, including alcoholic vendors?
No, I don't think we have done that.
Okay. So sometimes innuendos sound like fact, right? And so we have to get rid of the sound bites. You sound intelligent, but what you do say sometimes is not really.
City Attorney, didn't we just pass an anti-bullying?
We're not bullying. I'm actually giving Dr. Kate Johnson a compliment. She's a very smart woman. She sounds extremely intelligent. However, where she gets her information from sometimes, i.e. you, Mayor, is not the factual information. And so we have to make sure that we clean up aisle 2 or I'll middle because it's coming from you. There is no way that a resident would have this kind of information when she comes to the meetings, bar somebody telling them
So now,
the
City
type
Attorney,
of
I
information.
am being attacked and being accused of something that I didn't do. Then, what is the point of that
I'm not
anti-bullying?
accusing you, and I'm not even accusing
just
you.
like your
I'm not
soundbites
even
are.
accusing
City
you of
Attorney,
taking money on a golf course. I'm
City
not even doing
Attorney.
that.
See, really? And so he throws in these subliminal little
I think it's
balonies.
time to move the item.
Well, no, there are other people on this dais who did not get an opportunity to speak. So
Please,
just because somebody wants to go down a rabbit hole that's not appropriate doesn't mean the rest of the people don't get to speak.
Mayor, move the item in terms of discussion. If other people want
Vice
to speak.
Mayor?
So I just wanted to clarify, initially when this event was planned, it was planned with the idea of VIP and I think wine being served on the golf course where alcohol is allowed. So just for clarification, so I don't know if that brought misunderstanding, but that was always a point when the location was gonna be the golf course. So maybe that's where the confusion is, where people are tying the two, but that was the original intent until we were told that the golf course would possibly get damaged with that many people.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Actually, the purpose of this event was supposed to be, as Vice Mayor said, at Colony West to bring people into Colony West and have it a little bit bigger than the normal item that we used to, a normal concert we normally would have. The commission did support it. It would have some alcohol where it's licensed and maintained and regulated, and then it would have food, and we would be able to showcase our wonderful Colony West because we'd like people to go in there. And we've had a concert there in the past, and it was wonderful. Without at least discussion to some of us on the commission, possibly a majority of us on the commission, it all of a sudden got changed. So for me, my biggest problem is non-transparency of this particular item, and I've shared this with the city manager, so he's not going to be surprised with what I'm saying. The lack of transparency of putting on an event that the commission agreed to do with alcohol at Colony West, where it is licensed, to then all of a sudden, allegedly no alcohol, going to a really large event at sports complex, again, without communication to the majority of us. And then all of a sudden feeling like we're throwing in alcohol at the last minute. It was said by this commission to not have it. Instead of it coming back to the commission and say, hey, we got an opportunity to bring in a really popular band. Let's see what we can do to market this, get people there safely. Why don't we do a one-off and maybe have beer and wine? Why don't we try that? That conversation never came to this commission, and things were done, and they are whatever's going on the 28th. So the 28th will be a success. It'll be a good concert, but that's where some of the problems lie for the failure of continuing conversation that include the commission in there in such a major change in event. This is not changing out which band is going to play at Colony West that night. This is changing location. This is changing the big venue. This is not including the rest of us into what's going on. Anyway, I have said that I'm not supportive of this because I don't think it should be subject only to the delegation of the city staff who decides. When St. Malachi's comes, bless you, they come and they have to be voted upon and they have to get their passes, right? Why shouldn't we, if we're going to try this, have started with wine and beer and started it, we'll try this one and then bring it back and let's see if it's asked for and how we can do it for other events. But the blanket, just run with it and not feeling like there's structure to it, because the last time you were here, I'm sorry, acting Park and Rec Director, you said a bunch of cities that were not Broward. You said a bunch of cities that were Palm Beach, some in Miami, and now all of a sudden we have more of a list because you've had more time to do it. The problem is, again, rushing things and the feeling of the lack of transparency that this whole event is causing. And what could have been a really good event without having any negativity felt around it, unfortunately has a little penumbra of negativity where it shouldn't. And I'm hopeful that when we get there that night, all that'll go away and everybody could just have a really good time. Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had two questions. One for, I don't know if it's going to be through the manager. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for, because I don't know who the designee or what department is going to actually regulate or do the enforcement of the actual, if in fact the policy is adopted. I just want to understand better what is the regulation mechanism, and just, how will we, go about, what will the process, not identifying what events, but more so what will one need to do in order to be properly vetted. To the point, I think, we did hear this, so I don't think it's rushed. I think we've heard it before, and staff has had additional time to bring back more information, which I think is relevant. In my experience here at the city, we oftentimes compare ourselves to what our neighbors are doing and what people around us are doing in various capacities. I hear it in almost just about every item. For me, it's not granular. I think we need to talk high level in terms of policy. The issues are not, when we talk policy on this dais, it can't be, issue related or political. It needs to be, what is policy? How do we draft and implement policy that's going to be beneficial for where our city is and where it's headed? So I'm interested in the dialogue. I think that the information presented, if in fact every city in the county, including the county, which means, there's, I guess, data doesn't lie, 32 jurisdictions, I think it's important to recognize that there is some, need to potentially look at what we have on the books. And so for me, it's not about any event. I just want to know, how do we deal with what's on our books, and, what is the regulation mechanism for this?
City Manager.
Commissioner, so we do have a number of steps identified in the ordinance itself that requires the alcohol vendor to be licensed from the state. So they need to obtain their license, and I believe they also have insurance requirements that we prescribed, and so those are the requirements on the vendor side. And internally, we also have some steps that certain events are prohibited from being allowed for alcohol consumption or sales. And in terms of the decision-making process, the city manager is the authority to make that call based on the material documentation and in consultation with the appropriate staff members to make that decision. In the absence of the city manager, in this case, it can be delegated to deputy city manager, and deputy city manager can follow the same process and same steps. And so that would be the internal process to determine, how we select and then bring in these vendors. I also want to clarify one more thing. Thank you for the opportunity. That city manager can bring these items back to commission up to 3 times. And then after 3 times, if there's no consensus on the commission's part, then there's a waiting period of about 6 months before this item can be considered again. So I just wanted to clarify that point too.
Thank you. Obviously it's important that we affirm and reaffirm the city's commitment to responsible governance and responsible regulation of any policy, but specifically something of this nature. And besides that, I would like to ask a question regarding liability. So, is there any liability?
I would definitely refer that to our city attorney, but I just want to say that, alcohol consumption is allowed in this county, and that, so this happens every single day when people go to restaurants, bars, those kinds of entities. So, it's not a unique happening. It happens every single day, and so. But the liability side, I'm going to turn it over to city attorney. And by the way, City of Tamarac is not in the business of serving alcohol.
Commissioner Patterson, obviously the research which the Park Department conducted indicated that they haven't received any information that this type of permission create any extra additional liability on any municipalities. So they did conduct research. more importantly, the process the manager indicated, and any vendor that is permitted to sell alcohol has to provide insurance and also hold the city and its employees, city official harmless. So we are also protecting ourselves from a liability standpoint to make sure if anything that occur and negligence based on the vendor conduct, we are protected. Okay.
Thank you. And that's the case for all vendors, right?
Generally, any vendor that's doing business at city events, we generally require insurance.
Thank you. And I guess my last question would be, in order to serve alcohol, I'm sorry, not alcohol, beer and wine, would a policy be necessary?
Yes, there's still considered alcohol, and so this would still be necessary.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Interestingly, you made that comment, City Attorney. I went to an event in Sunrise on Friday, Juneteenth event, and there was a vendor who works in Tamarac, and obviously in Sunrise they're allowed to sell alcohol. So I was with a friend, and when he saw me, he was afraid to serve because, you know, in Tamarac it's not allowed. I'm like, no, in Sunrise is allowed. So he's like, you know, it's interesting that you said that, and how our vendors adhere to the rules and the law, and when they're in different places, they respect the rules, and other places, you know. But at that same event, people brought their own alcohol. People brought their own alcohol in their bags, and there was a truck that was selling alcohol. There was a food truck, an alcohol food truck that was there at that event, and people brought their alcohols in their bag, and some people were drinking out of their bag and doing that type of stuff. So in going there, it actually gave me a different perspective, because initially I thought people would be, you know, having alcohol, it would be a lot of drunken people, but it was a fairly calm event in that type of way. But going back to the idea of when we had a discussion about doing this event, yes, we had a discussion about Colony West again, because we have, you said the city is not in the business of serving alcohol, but we do serve alcohol at Colony West. It's you know, we kind of own it there. And I like the idea because we discussed VIP section and charging people and that type of stuff. And I said, yes, Commissioner Bolton's a marketing savant. It will be a great event. It will be nice for the community. And obviously, we've proven that. How many people we have signed up so far?
I believe on Eventbrite, we have 6,000 tickets sold.
So the premise of the idea was brilliant because we wanted to draw people out, entertainment, tourism. Colony West is slow in the summertime. When you look at the revenues, December is 500K, summertime is like 125. So that was the whole idea, the discussion that we had in kind of doing that and having a bigger concert in terms of entertainment, tourism. Obviously, it has changed. Obviously, it's moved to someplace else, and I understand because of logistics in that type of stuff, things happen. But kind of going back to the mayor, it should have been a discussion where we could have been a little more involved and having more input in that type of way. So I guess in doing this bigger event, did that open your mind to want to have an alcohol ordinance? Because there wasn't a discussion before.
Commissioner, this is something that we've been considering for quite some time. In fact, you know, we always talked about placemaking activities in certain parts of the city and bringing some life to certain parts of the city, like 441, like the corner of Pine Island and Commercial. We have that green space there. And Tamarac Village, the amphitheater in those areas. And we've been talking about bringing some music and you know, maybe wine tasting or you know, small gatherings of you know, like receptions and cocktail hours, just to bring people out to certain parts of the city, so we have you know, we have a livelier city, and so that was the idea behind this. So we've been working on this for at least 2 years that I've been in place.
And the designee, going back to the designee, that will be someone in your office. Every time it will be as an as-need basis.
As long as the city manager is available and in the office, the city manager would be the deciding authority. Again, in consultation with the appropriate staff members, city attorney's office. So it wouldn't be, those decisions would not be made in isolation. And so only if the city manager is not there and out of office, then it would be delegated to a designee.
So are we going to allow to have alcohol on Saturday?
On Saturday?
On the 28th, yeah.
It's a possibility if the commission decides to pass this ordinance.
So if this passes, people can bring alcohol on Saturday, you're saying?
Bringing alcohol is not, but yeah, it's not part of this ordinance.
That's what I saw people do this sunrise. They were bringing their own bottles.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Wright. You know, the beach is a public park, and alcohol is generally prohibited on the beach in most cities. But as you know, people bring alcohol, and because it's hard to enforce. But to reemphasize this policy is that it's really a vendor-driven policy. It's not bring your bag, and I think.
No, I just saw a lot of that.
Not saying there won't be.
I'm not encouraging that anywhere at all. Obviously, you guys know, the more we can have, less we can have alcohol in public, the better it is, with DUI and car crashes and that type of stuff. So what about vendors? Are we going to use local vendors?
We don't.
In terms of so vendors would have to buy from a local Tamarac company, things like that. Is that going to be something that we're going to require?
They're not part of the ordinance. We don't have a list established, and so I think we can consider them as vendors as part of our procurement or as part of our planning process, and we can place the same level of emphasis that we place on our local vendors for sure.
Okay.
If they're available.
All right.
Commissioner Bolton.
Ms. Patron? No pun intended.
Melissa Patron, Acting Director of Parks and Recreation.
You've worked in this capacity before in other cities?
Yes, a very long time ago.
Okay. You've gone to other cities where they serve alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see the serving of alcohol at other city events, is it that they have like a truck that dispenses the alcohol?
It's similar to a food truck where they serve out of the truck.
Okay, so they'll serve it like in a specialty cup or something.
Yeah, it'll be
like
in a cup.
Okay, so that means if somebody brings their alcohol from off the street, we'll immediately know.
Usually do, unless they have it in a similar cup, which I doubt they'll have it in a similar cup, but.
Okay. And so even if, for instance, we don't pass this today, somebody can theoretically still bring their alcohol, we just have to catch them.
Yes, unfortunately, we do see people at the events still with coolers and sitting relaxing with a cocktail while they're watching a concert.
Oh, we have seen them in the past, and we didn't say anything about it.
Yeah, it's not something that we have our staff enforcing, but we do have Broward Sheriff's Office on site, and they do enforce it if they see it.
Right. Okay. And even though they have drank alcohol in parks at past events and it's illegal, we've not had any issues with people being drunk.
No.
Because they drink responsibly. And only a few residents, at least one I know, don't drink responsibly because they have a DUI. Okay. And, Manager, you've said that this is an event, this is an idea from the past. So I just wanted to make it clear that this is not my idea. I don't think this is Michelle's idea. I don't think this is any of our ideas. I think our role is to pass legislation as they're presented by staff. Sometimes we can come up with our own legislation. This one is definitely staff-driven, and I'm looking forward to sip and paint and wine tasting and all the cool stuff if this passes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Clarification. I don't have anything against responsible drinking in the park. I have a problem with how it's been organized to get this way. And the discussions that have been had were very clear that the commission, even certain people who are for it now, did not want it. I have no problem with the people that bring their own stuff in the park because it's on them, it's their liability. We have some people who are smoking in the park. We have some people bringing dogs to the park when you're not supposed to. We don't seem to enforce that, but we have no liability. They're violating the rules. And for when the city manager was talking about having some places activated with the amphitheater and having certain things done, again, those are conversations had with the commission on how to make our city vibrant and do things to attract people to our events. That is not the way I feel this thing has been rolled out. And that's just my opinion. So there it is. No one else wishes to speak. City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes. No. Sorry. The answer is no.
Commissioner Bolton?
Mayor Bolton, yes.
Vice Mayor Daniel?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
No.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 3-2.
We are moving on to quasi-judicial hearings, and we are at 10A, TBO 95. City Attorney, please read the title for the record, and then please read in the rules for quasi-judicial, and then City Clerk will swear in any witnesses.
Item 10A, Board Order granting or denying special exception application from the champion for Tamarac to allow a vehicle service repair minor auto repair shop in a mixed-use corridor zone district pursuant to the table of allowed uses, section 10-3.2, Tamarac Code of Ordinance, located on the southwest corner of West Commercial Boulevard, Northwest 50th Street, West Prospect Road. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Respect to the rules of quasi-judicial, all person testifying before the City Commission must be sworn in. With regard to the item, the petitioner and any affected person should be given an opportunity to present evidence, bring forth witness, cross-examine any witness, rebut any testimony. All evidence relied upon the reasonable prudent person to be today's business shall be admissible, where such evidence would be admissible in court of law. However, immaterial, unduly repetitious evidence shall be excluded. Statements of counsel shall only be considered as argument, not be considered as testimony. The City Commission shall have authority to refuse to hear any testimony which is irrelevant. Hearsay evidence may be used for the purpose of supplement or explain other evidence. Documentary evidence may be presented in the form of a copy of original. Upon the request of the parties shall be given an opportunity to compare the copy of the original. Generally, the following procedure or the manner in which the presentation is made is the first. The applicant or petitioner, his representative will make the presentation. The petitioner chooses to make a presentation. It should include description and nature of the petition or any other information. In addition, the petitioner shall introduce any exhibit witnesses desired by the commission. It is the responsibility of the petitioner to demonstrate and this application is consistent with the city code and the city comprehensive plan. Staff will then present a report upon the discretion of the commission. Parties who are in support of the petition shall make a presentation. The parties shall introduce any exhibit. Parties who are in opposition will have opportunity to make a presentation. Finally, the commission shall deliberate on the application. No further testimony shall be taken. The city commission shall discuss evidence presented at the preceding vote on the petition based on competent, substantial evidence in the record. At this point, just would like to know from the members of the commission if there were any ex parte communication.
For that part, but Commissioner Patterson, have you spoken to anybody on this item?
No.
No.
That's right. I'm myself.
No.
None.
City Clerk,
Can you swear in the witness?
please swear in the witnesses.
Mayor, I didn't hear whether or not you had any.
No, I said no.
Thank you.
No, I have not spoken.
Thank you for verifying. All witnesses for this item, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Witnesses have been sworn in, Mayor.
Excellent. I need a motion and a second, please.
Move it.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bolton. I have a second by Commissioner Wright. And now I know we have some public comments. Mark Ogden, and then, nope, I take that back. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Mark, please come up. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
Afternoon, Mark Ogden, Tamarac Lakes.
Thank you.
I did talk to one of the other vendors in that shopping plaza. The shopping mall strip is next to our community. Big problem that we have, first of all, one of the other vendors, he says, yeah, he's somewhat in favor if it's going to stay clean in the area. The big thing we have a problem with, cars come to there, whether it's from Savory Sliders, Domino's, Jimmy John's, The Smoke, Weed Shop, Patriot Auto, the sound system that was there before. They come out of the parking lot and speed down 50th Street, go out on 28th Avenue to make a turn to go west on Commercial. Neighbors in the community feel dangerous. There's kids in some of those homes that face the 5 or 6 there in Commercial, 50th rather. People walk their dogs. We had one girl recently, a couple months ago, who was scared to death. She was walking her 2 little dogs. She was hit by a car down in Fort Lauderdale Beach and suffered brain damage. She was walking. This car came speeding down 50th Street going west. Didn't slow down when they saw her. She had to jump with her dogs onto the lawn of a house to get out of the way of the cars. We need something that's going to assure that if this place goes in there, they're going to keep the area clean. One of the garages that was there in that space before, the back of the garage, code enforcement could have been there every day to find violations. The things keeping the cars, have their customers exit out Prospect Road, where they can go a half a block down and make a U-turn back to get to Commercial Boulevard. Not have them drive through the community next door. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishes to speak, this public hearing is now closed. Adrian Simon, who is the designated agent for the applicant, is going to deliver a presentation.
Thank you very much. Good morning or afternoon at this point, and thank you guys for being here, having a pretty trying day so far from what I've seen. But that's what you guys are here for. Can you get up high enough? Sorry, get this started here. This is the location we're looking at. We're looking at the right side with the angle parking lot. That would be the garage. The opposing side is Patriot Auto, and then the smaller buildings to the other side are like Jimmy John's and the other stuff. And the star designates the location, and it's just more the same. So this is basically a rendition of what it would be. It's an auto plaza that's been used as an auto plaza since its inception in 1987 or 88. And it's going to seems to be continue to be used as an auto plaza because that's what it was built for and designed for. That's the location that we're looking at. The one next to us is the Auto Sound. There's no longer an Auto Sound, and the rest of it is Patriot. Jeffrey, who's been there for a very long time. And he's actually worked really well with the community to keep that area clean. I saw the last committee hearing they had here, and he was here as well, too. And that we've actually spoken with him, and we have the same mindset as far as keeping it clean. And we're pretty much a boutique. We don't work on everyday cars. We work on things like you see on the right-hand side. New vehicles, big wheels, big tires, lights, that type of stuff. Let's see. And this is, sorry. So we've been in business since really since 2011, but we went into several locations in 2018. This would be our third location. One of them is in Miami, the other one's in Sunrise, the following one's in Tamarac. And we're just looking to expand our reach and service our community as we go, because it seems to be everywhere people have these cars and they do want to have them worked on and have them make them look good, and just basically they need somewhere to go. You can't go to Goodyear, you can't go to Firestone. They don't touch these cars. Once the tires are oversized from what the original manufacturer intended, you have nowhere else to go. So then you have to do it in your garage, and it's just not a good setup, and actually causes more damage than anything else. I don't know if this is just the overall plan that they have me. This is what the setup layout looks like right now, internally. And this is an example of some of our facilities and what they look like. We try to keep a very clean area. We don't tend to leave anything outside. We don't leave any customer vehicles outside because they're not covered by insurance and they're very costly to replace. So we don't keep anything outside. Basically, if you have any questions I can address or concerns. And as far as with Mr. Goggins, the speeding and all that, I fully understand him. It's not a problem that we have. I have a daughter who's with me here now. I have a dog that I walk in my neighborhood, and I have speeders in my neighborhood. They don't have a garage in my neighborhood, but I still have people that live there and speed, and I've had close calls as well. Unfortunately, we're human beings, and we have to deal with other human beings, and that seems to be the big problem. So as we can just, I've fired people because they're driving other people's vehicles how they shouldn't be driven. So I can understand his concern. And we do exit through Prospect or through the front, where they will be going eastbound to Fort Lauderdale. So.
Thank you. So, Ms. Calloway, you have a presentation that you're going to put into the public record, but I'd like to see it, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The presentation pretty much has much of what the applicant's presentation include, but I'll just quickly go over staff's presentation. This is a special exception item. And of course, as the applicant has indicated, the request is to allow vehicle service and repair, minor or auto repair shop, and it is located in the mixed-use commercial zoning district. Previously in that bay was Cheapskate Tires and Automotive. And as indicated, the proposed use is a vehicle service and repair minor. The future land use is commercial. The zoning designation is mixed-use commercial. And this property is located in District 1. Just some information about the plaza, the area. The total site of the plaza, the area is 2.18 net acres. The subject property that we're discussing is 1.1 net acres, and the total building square footage is 10,957 square feet. In terms of parking, existing parking on the site is a total of 36, with 34 being standard and 2 of those parking stalls being ADA. The subject property is located on the southwest corner of West Commercial Boulevard and West Prospect Road, and the proposed location is situated within the existing plaza between Auto Sounds and the AT&T store. The plaza is primarily bordered by a religious assembly in the rear, single-family residence neighborhood on the left side, and a gas station that is across the street in front. This slide just gives you some information in terms of the tenants that have occupied the plaza and in the various bay. And then over on the right is the parking calculation for the various building. And after parking all the vehicles, including the proposed use, we're seeing an excess in parking stalls. So essentially, this site is saying that the site is overparked or will have excess or sufficiently parked. Just some images so showing you this is the street view from Commercial Boulevard. This is what you'll see. And just closer in terms of the bays in question, door 1 and door 2, that's the bay. And then there's a third one that's on the side. The item is a special exception item because the code says it is based on the zoning designation. So this slide is just showing you our zoning code, the chart, the use, which is a vehicle service repair minor, as you can see, it's a special exception in the mixed-use commercial zoning designation. And then you'll see the other zoning designations. It's an incidental use in the business park, and it's also permitted by right, meaning no public hearing if the applicant were in the I-1 or the I-2, that's our industrial zoning district. Just a definition from our code for vehicle service repair minor. It's an establishment engaged in light maintenance activities such as engine tune-ups, oil change or lubrication, carburetor cleaning, muffler replacement, brake repair, tire shops, minor interior vehicle repair installation, including prefabricated parts, audio equipment, window tinting, vehicle wraps, seat covers that do not require the use of heavy machinery or vehicle lift install. Vehicle parts are sold and are ordinarily installed on the premises. So that's the definition of your minor. These are the requirements for a special exception from our code. And this is a section that lists all the criteria A through J for a special exception. It is staff's opinion that the applicant has met the requirements for the special exception. And so staff is recommending that the item be approved. And this slide is just our strategic plan as well as our comprehensive plan. Approval is recommended subject to these 7 conditions. The planning board at their June 4th meeting also recommended approval.
Okay, in the backup, it actually has will not on several of these items that feels contraindicated because you don't have a decision in here.
That's correct. So we do approve or deny it, and so if this body denies it, then we would clean up the order, yes.
I will say that I don't think I care for the special exceptions anymore being transferred just unilaterally. Maybe not necessarily for this business, but considering certain things, but I have an exception on that. So
yeah, this bay has been vacant since 2020, since the last user moved out. It's been vacant, so we were pleased to see that this applicant has come forward to occupy this bay, but it's been vacant since 2020.
Mr. Simon,
yes.
You do wheels? Do you do loud mufflers?
At all?
Not at all.
No. We can do like replacement of exhaust, but no welding, cutting, or anything like that. We're basically a wheel and tire shop that installs some modifications to the suspension to make them taller or shorter depending on what the wheel and tire requires.
What are your hours?
8 to 7, I'm sorry, 9 to 7, Monday through Friday, and 9 to 3 on Saturday, closed on Sundays.
And Mayor, it's number 7. It's a condition, number 7.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Gotcha, thank you. Sneezes at the truth. I have some issue with general, and I understand your comment of where you live, but the problem that I'm having is the location of the place in general, which is not necessarily your issue. In 1988, it was built where we didn't have as many cars. We didn't have as many people coming. Nowadays, with Waze, everybody tries to figure out how to do a cut-through. And I do feel for the community that there are a lot of people cutting through their community. There's speeding all over Northwest 50th, and they shouldn't have to incur it because the city planned out the community and then this business. And your business is primarily a lot of cars between your business and the next bay and the next bay.
Yeah.
Right? So my thing is, I know this isn't your issue in the respects that you don't have the whole plaza. So I feel that there's something that the city needs to be doing to assist this community in relation to also assisting the plaza,
of course,
participants and occupants with making sure that traffic flows better than it currently is with the change in the way people are driving. And so I put that out there for our city, and I think that that needs to be discussed. I don't know if I can ask this from the city to close off Northwest 50th for people coming in. I don't know if we could put speed bumps on it. I don't know what we could do to make sure the traffic just goes out on Prospect and they have to turn around and they don't, but it's still coming in. It's the coming in that's also a problem.
Just for clarity, I'm kind of new to the area as well. Northwest 50th, there's Prospect and Commercial, right? That's the only two entrances that I'm aware of.
No, there's a small little side street that people will cut through and get through to the back in order to get to the plaza.
I believe there's a wall all the way around it in that neighborhood that's just to the west of it. There's a perimeter wall. There's a church with a fence.
Yeah, there's a church on that side.
So really, the only ways I've gotten into the plaza have been either coming through Commercial, turning in one of the main entrances, either at Patriot, at the location, or even through Savvy Sliders near the light, but I believe that's an exit. And then you can either come around to the light, make a right, and come in through the back side of Savvy Sliders. And those are the only two ways I know to get into that building.
So you can come down, it's very small, you can come through the 50th and you can go right through. It's open on the top, if I've got this right on the, if you want to put the big map on, where the Tamarac one is it?
Maybe I just didn't see it.
Okay, go to, I don't have a pointer, but go to Commercial Boulevard, the south side. See that, you see the red box? There's an entryway right through there on Northwest 50th and see they can go through. Am I correct?
Okay.
So that's part of the problem. So when they don't want to wait in the traffic.
I've never even seen that entrance.
When they don't want to wait in the traffic to get onto Prospect.
They can close that up if they want to.
So it's a matter of what I'm asking the city, if there's something the city needs to consider about protecting that community, speed bumps or closing it off and making it not attractive for people to decide that they want to cut through this community because they don't want to wait on Commercial to get to Prospect and maybe not even go to your business.
No. They're going to those locations right there, the Jimmy John's. But I could see.
They may not. Actually, they may just go through the park and go right through Prospect, go south and go down to Oakland Park.
I didn't even know it was. I didn't pay attention to it because I come on the other side.
Understood. That's why.
That's cool.
I'm sharing that. I don't believe this is specifically your problem, but of course you want business. And there has been no business in there for a while, so now business will come in and we'll have more cars. We'll have more business in there and more potential for this community to deal with the speeders that are going down there or just using it as a cut through because Waze told them they can.
To your point and to his point, that plaza has more than enough entryways all over the rest of it. Just, no need for that one. But.
Well, then that's something that the city, as long as Ms. McCalloway, in the count of the traffic and the traffic flow, is that roadway by 50th through an exit and entryway part of a condition of when that plaza was built?
We can check into that, Mayor. We can
Thank
look into that.
Thank you. So, because this isn't your issue, it's not your plaza, I'm not going to put any impositions on you. I just wanted to clarify the situation that's going on.
I wasn't aware it was there, and that's why now when I hear him talking about it and I see it, I can see how it'd be an issue because you'd come in through the main entrance and just speed across that front strip right in. So it makes perfect sense what you're saying.
So we can't ask and put in conditions, but I'm going to ask you when you have your people come say, where do I go? Okay. Ask them to please come in through the Commercial Boulevard into the plaza to get to you.
Definitely.
That would be appreciated. Yes. And they go out Prospect or in that way.
It's the easiest way to get out of there.
Sure.
You got to make a U-turn most of the time.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. I'm going to give it over now to the Vice Mayor.
Yes, I'm just wanted to say that I'm happy to see your business coming to Tamarac. I wish you all the success. Anything we can do to support you. I think the provision that the zoning, the deputy city manager put in place is sufficient, and I'm glad to have you. That place has been vacant for a while, and I love to see our city becomes more and more successful. And based on what you've presented, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton.
You're welcome. You're a small business?
Yes.
Okay. How many locations do you have?
Currently 2, trying to get a 3rd.
Okay. And tell me about the other locations. Same type of service?
Yeah, they're the same. But just basically we We cater to a niche community of people that own Jeeps, F-250s, trucks, SUVs, people that want to put nice wheels and tires on their cars. You really can't do it without a specialty shop. You know, like I said, you go to a standard location, be it a Goodyear, Firestone, anything like that, the dealership, no one's going to do it. So our niche is that we handle those, and we have the capacity to install the wheels, tires, the suspension necessary, and the proper equipment, the top of the line alignment systems and everything, to properly build and align that car and put it back on the road for use.
Okay. And can you work on the engine in a Tesla?
I have not worked on a Tesla, but we can change wheels and tires on and stuff like that. A lot of the Tesla stuff, Elon wants some Tesla to work on it. So, but yeah.
Okay. Just testing your expertise in a little bit. Okay. Madam Clerk, do you remember the voting record for Savvy Sliders in that same vicinity?
Commissioner, I don't have that information readily available, but I can search online through our system to get that information.
Okay. I'd appreciate that. When Savvy Sliders was going into that area, I was a no vote on that because of the same reasons why Mark Goggin brought up with the residents in that area. The mayor was a yes vote on that. I did go to the ribbon cutting, even though I did not support the business, because I thought that that item or that business would have brought, lots of traffic, and the ingress egress would be messed up, and they'd be driving through the community and so forth. There's a little bit of issue with cars going through the community. So Mark is right. He's not always right, but he's right on this one. That there is a little bit of issue there. But this item, I will support because you're a small business, and I think that your niche is needed. And I don't think that your business will present much of an issue.
Also, to your point, a drive-through food is not the same amount of traffic as a custom shop that drops 2 cars a day.
Yeah, and somebody's coming into your business because they need their car to be fixed, and they're leaving the car there.
Our showroom is 2 seats. We don't encourage people to stay there. Drop off your car so that we can work on it. When it's ready, come pick it up.
Okay. All right. I'd love to see you at Yard and the Lawn on Saturday. It starts at 6 p.m.
I heard.
Until 9. So you're more than welcome to come, and I'll take your business card before I go, before you go. Thank you.
Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to just say, as a small business owner, it's very seldom that you'll see me not support small businesses, number one. Number two, I think that our city has a desperate need to support our local economy. And I think the presence of new business in our city is vital for a number of reasons. So I just have a question or two for you. Number one, obviously, being sensitive to our residents and our neighbors. We all live in this city, and we all care about the same things, safety and noise and, all the things that new business brings. And so while we support, we want to also be sensitive to those neighbors and those residents that live in that community. I get the impression that you're prepared to work with us in that regard, given the fact that you came and sought out the special exception. I think that that's indicative of a good business partner and someone that wants to do good business with the city. So I can appreciate that. What I would just simply ask you is, with respect to your hazardous waste and your disposal plan. I come from a world of code enforcement formerly, and I'll tell you, I hated auto repair shops for the simple reason that the tires, the buildup in the back, and what that, just aesthetically looks like in our community. Can you speak to the disposal plan?
Yes. We have companies that come and dispose of tires. Now, normally, like in most places, they do stack the tires towards the back of the building, stuff like that. Because we're sensitive to stuff that has already happened there before, because I went back and saw the last time you guys had a hearing regarding that property. We will be keeping all used tires inside until we can dispose of them. But definitely, and this would be something I would ask later on, if possible, I don't know. Another location we have, they have a small trailer container they keep on the property, like in the back parked. They put the used tires in that container and lock them up so that, number one, people don't come take them for any reason. We don't like anybody to take our used tires because it's a liability. Somebody gets a used tire, then they have them blow out, and then, you know what I'm saying? We're trying to avoid that. We usually destroy our used tires. We'll put a blade through the side of them. We'll make sure they can't be used again if someone does get them. But another option that I've seen, and it's happened in other locations, my neighbor has the same situation. When you stack up old tires, they collect water. You have a mosquito infestation problem, which we've had at another location with my neighbor. So we addressed that. The City of Sunrise, we're taking care of that as well. So what I found is a good resolution in our Miami location is they have a trailer that they keep everything inside and they lock it up. Doesn't get any water in it. You can store it out of the way. It's not a site for anybody. It's not a store for anybody. And it gets emptied once a week or whatever the quantity is necessary. But again, I'm not saying we have to do that. I'm just saying an idea that maybe we can kick around later. As far as the hazardous material, oil, and that type of stuff, I've moved away completely from oil. I don't want to do oil changes anymore. They don't make any money. It costs more money than anything to dispose of it. Our new location in Miami, when we moved from our Hialeah location to Miami recently, I didn't even take my oil drums or anything like that. And I told Durham, we're not touching oil. We do wheels, tires. We don't do grease. We don't do oil. Because it's what ruins shops. And too many times I got into shops, I'm kind of a little bit of a neat freak for that, and I don't like seeing a dirty shop. And we deal with high-end customers that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in their car. The last thing you want to see is stuff thrown all over the place. I wouldn't want to leave my car there either. Okay. So, to that end.
Thank you. And I just have one other question, and I don't know if it's appropriate for you, Madam Deputy, or the attorney, but do we have anything on the books regarding with respect to special exceptions regarding local preference? I just think that that's an important one to me. We've got 60, 70 plus thousand residents in our city, and people are looking for work. It's a tough time, and I think that it would be commendable for our businesses to come in and give first preference to folks that are here in our city that need opportunities. So I was wondering, do we have something on the books requiring that or not? And if not, is that something that you would consider?
So no, relative to special exceptions specifically, no, we do not have that on the book. But the good thing with a special exception is an opportunity for you to add conditions, and so if the applicant is amenable. But just to go back to your first point, Commissioner, just wanted to point out relative to the disposal issue that we do have condition 5 in the approval that requires that the disposal be addressed in concert with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection guidelines. So he must dispose using those guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
and
we have to dispose of it for all the other permits as well, so we have to have receipts of everything that's disposed of.
Okay, and so with respect to local preference, I wasn't certain whether or not we could make that a condition, but I am interested in your perspective.
We always want to keep our employees as local as possible because it helps them basically get to work easier, that type of stuff. If you got to commute from another county or something like that, it makes it difficult. The only difference is that sometimes, depends on the position, they're specialized and they need to be, in other words, capable of doing the work. But yes, definitely, I always look locally. I don't always get people locally, unfortunately, but I would definitely love to have people from the area because it's a lot easier. Like in my Sunrise location, I hired my main sales guy at that time there. He's no longer with us right now. He lived nearby in Davie, which was down the street. And anytime there was an issue, he was there. He was my go-to guy. So if I can have people local, it's way better for us as a company. You know, so I would definitely consider anybody, an applicant, especially if they're more local than anything else.
Okay. I would ask my colleagues to consider a friendly amendment to the motion on the table to approve the item with the condition that, you know, there be local preference on those that don't require any specialized certifications in terms of employment.
Yes, Commissioner Patterson, it has to be a voluntary profit. This is a zoning item. We cannot impose, I call it legally, local preference for employment. I think if the applicants want a voluntary profit or work with our economic development director to come up with a game plan to hire local, but on this zoning, special exception, that's not a code requirement, and that's also, from my standpoint, I don't think we can impose on it.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood then. I thought I heard the deputy say it could be a condition of approval.
Voluntary
Right.
exception.
The applicant would need to agree.
Yeah.
What are you ready?
I think an opportunity here would be, and I don't know, I don't know if there's any kind of, because it's more of a trade school thing. These people are going to go to trade school. They're going to get ASC licenses and things like that. The hardest part when you go to school and you try to get out is getting work because you haven't done it in the past. I've seen, and I've done it myself because my background is aviation mechanic, and I've volunteered at aviation facilities, and I've worked for years, maybe even work in conjunction with, I believe there's a school, a tech school in Broward County. I forgot the name of it right now. McFadder, right? Sheridan. I've reached out to them before. I haven't had any good results as far as getting feedback back from them. But yes, when we're looking for mechanics and stuff like that, I try to go to those guys thinking that they, you know, they would love to send me some of their best students. I have received one from them. It didn't work out very well. Just the work ethic was not there. But even if we could work something out with the schools where they could send like a learn as you go, or like an internship where they can spend some time learning the trade and getting hands-on. Because at school, they're learning things, but until you actually do it hands-on, and more than anything, definitely safety, in-shop safety is important for them, and how to do things. That's where I think it would be best, because, and then once the person is learning, then they can just stay on. Because that's what I did. When I started interning, that's what I did. I worked at Pacific Scientific, and I started training with them, and then once, 6-7 months, I was knocking stuff out. They just gave me a job, and I kept working with them for a while.
I think you raise a really good point. I like the idea of an internship, and I actually think on a bigger level, you know, maybe that's something we entertain as an organization, where, you know, maybe our small businesses or business partners partner with our organization, where we can pair and work together with the community on internships. We oftentimes get a lot of folks that are interested in these internships, and we have them kind of in the city, but I think, you know, there are folks that would be interested in opportunities like that. So I think that maybe we look at it from a different perspective, and maybe that's the vehicle. But
I think so.
Thank you.
We have a trade deficit as far as when our people are not learning trades. So anytime that, I mean, just we have a lack of AC techs, plumbers, electricians, mechanics. For many years, we've looked down upon them, saying it's a lower level job. It shouldn't be done. You should all be lawyers. You should all be doctors. But when you have a community of lawyers and doctors with no lights and no plumbing, it becomes very difficult to operate that way.
Agreed. Manager, I would definitely love to just have us look at, an opportunity, and I know we have an economic development item coming up next, and I plan to raise the issue again, but looking at high level, how we partner with the community on internship opportunities in the future so that our students have, opportunities outside of the organization if they're interested as a means for, an alternative to local preference. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you, and you're very right. My father was an electrician, my mother was a teacher, and they didn't want me to go that route. But there's a lot of skill that is taught within your profession and others that when you go the more school route, you don't really get. So, and we do need everything that is done by plumbers and mechanics and all that kind of good stuff. And there's a lot to learn with the change in cars nowadays. So appreciate also, you've already mentioned that you do try first to go local.
Yes.
Because it's better for your business. So
It's easier.
appreciate that. But also know that you and your customers want the best person on the job to handle what they're doing. So we're going to call the question and pretty much welcome you in. Go ahead. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Commissioner Bolton asked about the vote. I have that information. I'll just state the vote before I call the roll. So for that item regarding Savvy Sliders, Commissioner Bolton, you and former Commissioner Villalobos voted no. And the yes vote was Mayor Gomez, Commissioner Daniel, then Commissioner Daniel, and Commissioner Wright. So for the roll
Please call the roll.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daniel?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Welcome to Tamarac.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
We are now going to 10B, TB 094, Board Order Granting or Denying a Variance Application Requesting Relief. City Attorney, please read the title for the record, or two titles.
Item 10B, Board Order Granting Denying Variance Application Requesting Relief from Section 10-4.10, Table 10-4.12, Facade Sign Standards to allow a maximum character letter and graphic logo height of 42 inches and lieu of permit maximum 31 inch on the south elevation. Variance from Section 10-4.10 to allow for 2 facade signs per street frontage on the south elevation in lieu of the permit 1 facade sign per street frontage to break up the large expensive facade surface area on the south elevation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So the rules for quasi-judicial hearing were already done. City Attorney, they don't need to be redone, correct?
Yes.
All right. So.
Did we swear in this witness?
30 seconds or less. City Clerk will now swear in any witnesses.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The witness has been sworn.
Thank you. We will now go for disclosures. Commissioner Bolton?
Which one is this? Who is this?
10B.
Oh, no.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Myself, no? No. Commissioner Patterson? No. So there's disclosures. None of us have had communication with you. And I'm going to now ask for a motion in a second.
Move it.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bolton. I have a second by Commissioner Wright. Now open this for public comments. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, public comments are now closed. We have Jennifer Ronenberger, designated agent for the applicant, who will deliver a presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Ronenberger. My company is Go Permit. I'm here on behalf of Sonny's, the car wash factory. Just to give you a little bit of background about Sonny's, Sonny's, the car wash factory is the largest manufacturer of conveyorized car wash equipment in the world, with this location becoming the company's headquarters. Sonny's has been washing cars since 1949. They began manufacturing equipment in 1978 and have since expanded to 20 states with over 15,000 employees. They have worked to create a program called One Wash, which is the industry's first and only complete car wash management suite designed to promote the growth of the car wash industry worldwide. We are here today simply asking for 2 sign variances. One of them is to allow 2 signs on a facade, where one is only allowed by code, and the second one is to increase the letter height. Code allows it to be 31 inches. We're here asking for 42. Now, the letter itself, the letters of the signage, which reads Sunny the Car Wash Factory, all fits within code. The increase from 31 to 42 is just the logo only. We are asking for these signs to be on the south elevation facing Commercial Boulevard. Our facade length is 775 feet, 8 inches in length, which is a lot larger than a pretty good amount of properties here. The original location was on Hiatus and State Street. We were here for a variance back then for the same request we're asking for now, and it was approved. Our signage here on the map, again on Commercial Boulevard, one to the right and one to the left. They are non-illuminated signs. They both say the same thing. Sunny's the Car Wash Factory, strictly for identification purposes. This is a rendering showing the size of the sign. Again, they're identical for an aesthetic appearance. And that's it. My name is Jennifer. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you. And we know that staff has a presentation that they will enter into the record that Maxine gave last week, and she's available for questions. And now there's for discussion by the commission. My only comment is this. I think this should be something that should be staying with the city staff. We've already approved one time on your building.
Yes.
Why do we have to have it come back here and have you be here since 9:30 in the morning and whatever else you've had to do to have us most likely approve it again? There are certain things that staff knows, unless you're asking for like a 10-foot high thing or something so outlandish on your buildings. I don't know why these things keep coming back to us when we're not progressing business quickly. So I have absolutely no problem with it, if you can't tell. And I'm very happy with your company here in the city and wish that we didn't have to have you here, whatever 9:30 is till now, for us to get to your item. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Seeing no comments or anything else, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Daniel?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
No.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Take care. We are now going on to other, which is a designation of a voting delegate for the Florida League of Cities, and this has been requested by our City Clerk, Kimberly Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for this item, I'm looking for consensus from the body to select a member to be the voting delegate at the 2025 annual conference for the Florida League of Cities. This individual will vote on official business matters brought before the league membership and requiring a vote during the business meeting. And this conference will take place August 14 through 16 in Orlando.
Okay. Anybody want to nominate themselves or nominate someone else to be the voting delegate? Commissioner Bolton.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Patterson.
Commissioner Patterson, do you accept the nomination? The dates are August 13 through August 15, and voting is when? Or can you just give the right dates, because those aren't right?
August 14 through the 16th.
And voting is on the 16th?
Yes, on Saturday the 16th.
Commissioner Patterson, do you accept the vote? You don't have to. You're not pressured on anything.
No, I think we should. I'm kind of serving in various capacities. I would like to nominate Commissioner Maury Wright.
All right, Commissioner Wright, do you accept this nomination?
I appreciate the nomination, Commissioner Patterson. I've done it before. Actually, you just go to the event. It's a League of Cities event, and on Saturday you just go and vote. It's not like the other boards that you're on. Are you going to the League of Cities in Orlando?
Well, since it's so simple, you should just accept.
I'm not going to the League of Cities.
So I have a question while they're debating this little thing.
I can do it. It's okay.
You can do it? Okay.
Nominate.
So we're all nominating the vice mayor. Vice mayor accepts the nomination. We don't need to vote on it. Congratulations, you're going to Orlando. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1:45. Have a great rest of your day. See you Saturday. We're adjourned.